Viewers and friends, welcome to the 2023 CAREER4SEA Forum, a unique event focusing on the fascinating career opportunities that the maritime industry has to offer. Our forum consists of 4 panels, which will focus on a wide variety of issues that the maritime industry is now facing and how to improve the perception of shipping among the general public and younger generations. More specifically, within the day, we will discuss with esteemed maritime experts all key issues that are crucial to reframe shipping as an attractive industry and a wise career option. Please keep in mind that the shipping industry has a new face to show. It is open to embracing people, becoming day by day more diverse, equal, and inclusive. So join us today to learn from insightful panel discussions and explore how exciting the shipping industry is. Viewers and friends, welcome to this year's CAREER4SEA Forum. My name is Sandra Psychogiou. I am responsible for the CAREER4SEA editorial team, and I'm very pleased to be the moderator of the first panel that aims to provide an overview of industry's key challenges and key priorities on the agenda. As a dynamic industry, the maritime environment undergoes continuous transformation, demanding evolution in all fronts. But I do believe that, first of all, we need a change in our mindset. So let's consider the lessons learned and focus on the present moment and key ways to move forward. We are very happy to meet familiar faces once again, and without further ado, let me introduce our panelists in alphabetical order. We are happy to welcome Panagiotis Kourkoumelis, who is Training and Development Manager at Kypriotaki Maritime Corporation. We are pleased to be joined by Ross Miller, who is Loss Prevention Associate at Stimson Insurance Management Services. We are happy to welcome Lennart Ripke, who is Director of Sales at Green Jacobsen. And we are also very happy to have Captain Yves van der Boer, who is the Head of Loss Prevention in the Asia-Pacific area at North Standard. So welcome all. I would like to start my first question and ask you, what are currently the top priorities on the maritime industry's agenda? And how do you see these priorities evolving in the next few years? So I would like to ask to start with Panagiotis. Panagiotis, what are your perspectives?
Hello, thank you for the invitation. I will cheat and use actually the first thematic that the priorities is sustainability and technological advancement. And of course, this impact safety. 2030 is very close. We are trying to figure out what is going to happen on the reducing carbon emissions. We don't know the technologies that are going to prevail. So we are actually in a tight spot to recognize what's going to be the technology of the future. From the other hand, this creates a challenge also on training, but since we don't know what the technology is going to prevail, I think we have to focus on developing the skills needed to adjust to new technologies, make people more resilient towards changes, and actually focus on what we call a learning mindset. So there are not many things, at least from the private sector, of what we can do to prepare the new workforce, apart from cultivating a culture that is very resilient. Thank you.
Thank you, Panagiotis. Ross?
Good morning. It's a very interesting question, and as Panagiotis has just said there, it's one that's quite uncertain at the minute, and this is probably perhaps the most problematic thing about it. We see obviously the need for decarbonizations of fuels. There's various other technologies coming in, and a lot of these technologies, as I said, there's no clear kind of winner, if that makes sense at the minute. There's no clear if it's going to be LNG, like for example, for alternative fuels, is it going to be LNG, methanol, ammonia? There is no clear front runner at the minute, and the IMO obviously needs to take a bit of a stand and say, or not say, sorry, but there needs to be more of a regulatory drive to be able to get over the line these things, because if they want to meet the 2050 targets that they've ambitiously set, then a lot of those decisions need to be taken now. And as Panagiotis says, it's shipping companies are faced with those decisions now. They're not going to be faced with them in 5 or 10 years. They need to make those decisions now. And actually, one of the key concerns that I have is perhaps the fact that because of these timeframes, and it's absolutely right that we should decarbonize and reduce carbon emissions, but I'm perhaps worried that our decisions are going to be made now that may actually not be in the best interest of reducing those emissions. Sorry.
So, thank you, Ross. Lennart, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that I think it's the Chinese who have a very interesting saying about this. May you live in interesting times, and they actually see it as a curse, and I think that's exactly what happens. So I think the priority for us should be actually to get data from the vessels, and we are very good at collecting technical data, but we are actually as an industry quite bad in collecting, so to speak, human performance data. We have only very, very rough measures on how good our people are actually in adapting to change, in how good they are with their so to speak, intrinsic motivated learning. So in general, we have very, very little data on that. So I think that would be my first priority, to get that data so that I know actually what kind of teams am I actually, so to speak, tossing into that pool of new possibilities and challenges. And and especially in terms of the workforce, I think that we are pretty blind as an industry on that. We actually know more how the lube oil in my main engine feels than the people on board. So that's actually where I would focus on, to get that data, understand, okay, where are the people, and be it in terms of carbon emission, but be it also in terms of digitalization. So how capable are my people? How willing are they, so to speak, or and capable to spend additional efforts on this? Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. If I feel that you have already agreed with the aforementioned perspectives, and I would like to hear what are your thoughts about this.
Yeah, thanks, Sandra. Happy to be here again. There's an advantage in coming last in this kind of questions, of course. So I can echo what has been said, and I definitely agree with Leonard as well on the data collection. I think that's something where the industry is lacking. I agree on the sustainability side, the decarb, all the issues mentioned, the safety issues that brings. Let me bring up another one then as a priority. And I was debating whether to mention either building further on what Leonard was saying, expanding it into the well-being of seafarers. I think that is something that requires a focus for the industry more than what is already being done. But I think in general, we need to try and make shipping attractive again. I feel that outsiders are having a wrong impression because they see all the negative that is happening with shipping in the news. But there's lots of good things that are happening other than being able to put food on everybody's plate in the world. But I think there is to get new people, new seafarers coming on board of ships, we need to make something change. We need to work with, I don't know, with the academies, with secondary schools worldwide to try and promote shipping as a good career, basically for kids to go and study. Thanks.
Thank you, Yves. Now, what key milestone changes have you noticed in the post-pandemic era that will impact the maritime workforce? And in your view, how will the industry's workforce look like in 2030, let's say, in the next coming years? Ross?
I'm sorry, Sandra, could you repeat the first part of the question? You broke up, sorry.
Yeah, what key milestone changes have you noticed in the post-pandemic era and that will impact the maritime workforce and industry as a whole?
Well, actually, I suppose it picks up on Eve's point about taking that just a bit further in terms of crew well-being, is the fact that I think in the post-pandemic era, there has been this awakening to do with the mental health of seafarers. And I think that is one thing that we've seen change, and we obviously partner with a company called MHSS, and that's given to all of our members 24/7 access to professional clinical psychologists to be able to help with problems that may occur while you're at sea. Because I remember when I was at sea being sometimes feeling quite isolated, and to Yves's point, it is something that needs to change, and hopefully as we kind of continue down this kind of road with mental health, our understanding is just going to improve, and it's only going to get better, and that will actually hopefully make the industry a better place to work and live, because as has already been said, I fell into this. I didn't know anything about the industry at school. I completely fell into it, and it's been one of the best decisions I ever made, was to go to sea. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I did have some periods of difficulty, but by and large, it's a fantastic career. And obviously, by taking mental health initiatives like this and making them better places, making it a better place to work, then that should hopefully help drive young people into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Lennart?
I absolutely agree with what Ross has just said. I also think that the change that we see in mental health will dramatically change, luckily, our workforce, hopefully for the better. We know that we have a massive lack of officers for many, many years. But now also for the first time, we are actually also experiencing a lack in qualified ratings. So I think that's pretty new. And I actually think that this demand of the industry might drive these changes further. So I'm pretty confident on that. I think furthermore, what we will also see is obviously the introduction of AI into the maritime industry. And the first thing that I can think of on the bridge where I come from is ARPA, which is pretty much AI ready to those solutions. And I think that also constitutes quite a big change because it pretty much needs a navigator who understands what calculations are behind this, what's the algorithms that drive this decision making or decision suggestion in that case, what sensors do I have, what actual data is fed into that algorithm. So I think that in that sense, we might need to get a workforce that is largely more capable in terms of decision making, decision questioning, or decision suggestion questioning, and has to have a much better understanding of what data is technically available. Thanks.
Thank you, Lennart. Eve, what are your thoughts?
I'm going to build on what Lennart was saying, because I was similarly thinking about the way that technology has changed in the industry over the last number of years. There is so much more available to a seafarer now to be able to make decisions, whether it is on the bridge, whether it is on deck or in the engine room, it doesn't matter. So I think AI is going to play a big role, but similarly a word of caution probably, that we also need to properly guide the seafarers to be able to make use of AI, not blindly trust on. And if we take the example of the ECDIS again that Lennart was referring to, there have been incidents where people were too blindly trusting in what the ECDIS was telling them. So to avoid that mistake with AI, we really need to be careful that we properly guide the seafarers in how they can use this new technology as an additional source of information to be able to make the decision for them. So I think that is probably one of the main milestone changes. I agree with what Ross was saying on the well-being side. I think that is fantastic that post-pandemic there's finally focus on well-being. I think a lot more needs to be done still, but at least it is going in the right direction. Thanks.
Thank you, Eve. Panagiotis?
I agree with all the gentlemen, of course. The points are excellent. I will take the chance to answer the last part of the question. What the workforce will look like? It's going to be a shorter. So the workforce will look very short of people. Now, to answer that, it's going to be hard. Either we use technology, as we're saying. I don't think it might create even more problems, as Katerina and Lennart said. We have to be very cautious. We see young people that they're coming out of the academy and they cannot maintain awareness of the technology. I mean, they can use the technology, but they are not aware of the underlying principles. And I think that's not even for shipping. I mean, we see all the people around us that we are using technology without actually understanding what's going on. We became consumers of technology without actually, realizing how this affects our life and even our well-being. So this is a very big challenge that has to be addressed to a lower level. I agree certainly that we have to go back to secondary schools to attract new people, but we also have to affect how these people will progress in the working environment. Shipping is even more challenging. So as we said, 2030 is very close, so it's very pressing, and we have to, act now. What we're gonna do with the new generations coming in.
Thank you, Panagiotis. And at this point, and as you mentioned, the crew shortage that is concerning a lot of the industry. And actually, in the previous report, BIMCO and the International Chamber of Shipping have warned that the industry must significantly increase the training and recruitment levels in order to avoid such a shortage. So, how concerning, from your perspective, is this crew shortage, and where ship operators need to set their attention to? Leonard.
Yeah, thank you. I think it is extremely concerning, but because quite obviously, the smaller the pool, so to speak, that you're fishing in is, obviously the lack of competence in that pool becomes more and more apparent, because at some point you kind of just happy that you get, let's say, a fitter, and you kind of pick up everyone. And I think that is pretty much a wrong approach, because we know that that building competence, but also then later building a performing team very much relies on having the right people on board, people that are able to work as a team, people that are able to build a performance environment. And if you so to speak have no choice, I mean, the demand for shipping is not going away. So in that sense, we will be stuck with whoever is around in the industry. And so I'm quite afraid that at a certain point we might be kind of like on a race to the bottom here, and simply accept lower standards, and then sometime later we accept even lower standards. And to a certain degree, I feel that we are in a little bit in that decline already. So, and that is pretty much what we can see this in example, and that we have as an industry since 2011 not been able to lower our LTIF. Thanks.
Thank you, Leonard. Eve, what would you like to share with us about the crew shortage?
I would definitely agree that it is very concerning for exactly the reasons that Leonard was mentioning. There is going to be a risk to the quality of the seafarer if the pool isn't sufficiently big. What I think we need to focus on from a ship management or an owner's perspective, just to build on that, is really what I was mentioning earlier as well, to be able to attract more people to come into shipping, but then from an owner's perspective, give them the opportunity to get their sea time in. What we are hearing worldwide is that there are problems with cadets finding bunks on board of ships, just simply because owners are maybe not always equally willing to invest into, I'm not saying you, Panagiotis, but in general, are not willing to invest into cadets and give them the opportunity, or even when cadets are on board, that they are just busy with shipping and painting instead of doing something useful to enhance their experience. So I think that is something that we need to focus on. And I'm going to run out of time, but I was going to mention as well the review of the STCW that is ongoing now. I think that is a really good step forward. I really am looking forward to what is going to come out of that review. The only problem is that we need to wait 10 years before it's going to be in force. So meanwhile, we do need to focus on these solutions ourselves before then STCW will hopefully make some good change as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Eve. Panagiotis, where ship operators need to set their attention in order to address this crew shortage that we discussed?
I will agree with Katerina. I mean, if you don't build the cadets, where are you going to find them? I mean, you need to drive that thing. You need to, from my view, visiting also the vessels and seeing young people ship operators need to also build pride in the profession. I mean, we see the young generation coming in, and after the pandemic, even they realize that people don't respect them. That was very detrimental to the profession. But certainly, we need to have a cadetship programs. We are lucky in Greece that we also have funds that they pay for the cadets. So you're going to find that most Greek operators actually have cadets on board, especially for the Greek flag. But from there on, you see that now the operators go back and try to fund cadetship. So they build people to come on board, especially ethos or other ratings that they are not there. So we are already late, but that's the shipping thing. We need somebody to push us. And I think now the problem is so pressing that we're going to see more and more operators being more proactive, if we can say proactive in 2024. Yeah, so I definitely agree. We need to get people into the profession.
Thank you, Panagiotis. Ross?
I completely agree with everything that has been said. It's incredibly concerning, and I don't know if you said the figure in the question, but one of the figures I came across the other day when I was reading or preparing for this was we need 900,000 seafarers within the next few years, which is a staggering number to think about. And it's interesting because I think the pandemic did some work for us in terms of, if I can say that, in terms of just how important the general perception of people's perception of shipping is, in the fact that it provides all of this food, clothes, mobile phones, etc. It really did assist us. But to pick up on what Leonard said a bit, it's if the investment, if the drive isn't done now, then you become in danger of getting some how do I say, the quality of the officers may decline, because you're reaching I suppose a critical mass where you're trying to get the seafarers that you require, and you're trying to get them up to the standard. And actually, if you need so much more, then there is the potential there for people to slip through the cracks and actually potentially lead to an increase in accidents. However, that does offer perhaps an opportunity for remote and autonomous shipping companies or companies to kind of plug their products. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Actually, you raised very interesting points about this crew shortage. And before continuing with my next question, would you like to add anything else? Because, for example, if you said something about the STCW and how important it is to focus a little bit more, but you ran out of time. So if you would like to add your comments, and before we move on with the next question.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm quite happy to. As Eve said, it's good to see it happening, and it's quite interesting because I suppose a similar conversation may have been had 100 years ago, in the fact that there were so many changes happening in shipping, and there are a lot of changes happening now, and I think seafarers may become more like software operators rather than like the pure navigators of 100 years ago, using sextants and various other bits and pieces to navigate around the oceans of the world. So I think it's quite an interesting point, in the fact that those skills are still going to have to be taught. And actually, I don't know if it's the same in Greece at the minute, but in the UK, of the vast majority of navigational chart work is still being taught using paper charts. And they're only getting, perhaps the cadets and the trainees are only getting maybe 2-3 weeks actually on the ECTA systems in a naval setting, a naval academy setting, to be able to use these tools that they'll have at sea. And I think, just to briefly round up, that needs a bit of a mind shift from the paper charts to the digital charts, and I suppose it picks up on Leonard's point as well, as there's the potential there for accidents to happen. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you, Ross. Leonard would like to add something at this point.
Yes, very briefly. I couldn't agree more with Ross, because one of the problems is obviously that people don't realize that an ACTIS has more in common with Google as a search engine than with actually our traditional paper charts. So that and as long as people, so to speak, think it's a chart behind the screen, we have a serious problem. And the second part that I would love to raise is actually on the pandemic. I think that it has become for many people very clear how important shipping is, but it seems that a lot of government officials haven't understood that. When I think back that people had to be on board for 15 months on end and some things like that, because they couldn't disembark anywhere and couldn't get any crew change done. So I kind of question that a bit, if the pandemic has done that much for us. So I think it is, on some hands, yes, but on others, it's really a challenge.
Thank you, Leonard. I think if you would like to add something, please go ahead.
Thanks, Sandra. I just want to pick on what Ross was saying, because I had a similar conversation here in Singapore with the Maritime Academy and the MPA, who is conducting the exams for the COC here. I fully agree. There are a lot of things that are being taught by the academies that are actually totally not applicable anymore. Nobody is using sextants, and paper charts are almost out of the world. But unfortunately, that is still part of what STCW requires, and hence all the flag states need to include it into their exams. So snowballing further, the academies need to teach it, sadly enough. So until another 10 years from now, when the new STCW comes into force, and hopefully these changes will be done, I think it is important that the academies have a good discussion with the flag states in their respective countries and come to some kind of a pragmatic agreement that certain aspects of STCW are not really applicable anymore, so that hopefully the flag states can focus a bit less on examining those points, and hence the academies can spend less time on teaching those points that are not applicable anymore, so they can include other things like sustainability or decarbs or so many other, or ACTIS for that matter. Thanks.
Thank you. Ross, you raise your hand, or it's from...
No, it's fine. I raised it as he raised the point, but he's actually just covered it, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. So moving on, because you mentioned about decarbonization. So in the context of decarbonization, what we should think about the young generation? What are the key areas to address and help people to adapt to such challenging sustainability goals that our industry has set? So, Panagiotis, what would you like to share?
Well, I would say that as far as the young generation is concerned, we shouldn't focus only to decarbonization. I mean, the whole 17 sustainability goals are important, and they should be communicated to the younger generation, even to the older one. But I think it's going to have a greater impact with them, and exactly because everything is intertwined. I mean, it's not just decarbonizing. It's not going to be sustainable just to have decarbonization. We are facing challenges. We are facing globally challenges that are beyond the climate crisis. And as long as if we don't actually see the whole thing as one and intertwined, I don't think we're going to succeed in winning, let's say, this, if it is a fight. And it's really, how can I say, worrying that the 17 sustainable goals are actually expiring at some point now, and still a lot of people don't know about them. So we have embarked in a program in our company to start teaching people what the goals are, and what is the significance for their lives and for the industry. So I think that's an important aspect of going forward.
Thank you, Panagiotis. Ross, with regards to decarbonization, what you would like to share with us?
I think one of the things that is quite important is, I mean, I suppose it's a bit to Panagiotis' point there, is that I've heard a lot about emissions reduction with regards to the greenhouse gases, the strategy, MEPC 80, and it's incredibly important, and I don't doubt that for a second. But one of my major concerns would be the fact that I don't see the entire vessel operational envelope being spoken about. So, for example, the fuels, like for example LNG, methanol, ammonia, they will all reduce the emissions. They will reduce the emissions that ships produce. But collisions are still going to happen, groundings are still going to happen, fires are still going to happen. And if you take, for example, an ammonia-fueled vessel, the toxicity levels, or if that has any kind of exposure to humans, you're going to have, yes, you're going to have reduced emissions for your passages, but potentially a catastrophic incident if a collision or a grounding or a fire happens with ammonia on board. And I think that's one of the things that not only it's important absolutely to lower these emissions, but the training aspect needs to cover everything on board the ships. People need to understand, actually, if we use this fuel, this has the potential to happen. And I think that's me out of time.
Well, thank you, Ross. Leonard, what are your thoughts, your perspectives with regards to the transition?
Yes, first of all, I take a brief time to just absolutely agree with what Ross has just said, coming from the chemical tankers, actually, myself. So, yep. And then obviously expanded to methanol, slip, and so on. So I fully agree that that's one of the problems, that we haven't, so to speak, looked at the whole package. And the other problems, to so to speak, that I see is, I actually think that the young generation is best equipped for it. First of all, they are young, they have still a young brain. And so talking to some younger colleagues, I see that I'm starting to expire. So that they are actually quite well equipped for it, and they are also dealing with a lot of change anyways, because the world is changing very, very quickly right now. I actually would latch on what Panagiotis had said, that I actually see a bigger difficulty to train, teach, and convince some of the older ones in our industry, where currently all the decisions are made that will affect that young generation. And that's actually where I see the challenge, where while I see that the young generation is pretty well equipped for that change, I'm not entirely sure that it's the same in our older generation in the industry, but even much, much more on the legislation side and in the governments and industry bodies, where I think the biggest issue in that regard sits. Thanks.
Thank you, Leonard. Yves?
I'm going to agree with what Leonard was saying. I think the new generation is very much different from us, old generation or mature generation, and they have different priorities in when they come to shipping. We can see that when it comes to the internet availability on board, they have different demands from what they expect. And I think that is something that we need to very much keep in mind whenever we are doing things with regards to decarbonization on board. Are we sufficiently involving this new generation in the development of procedures, in the development of risk assessments that are being done with regards to these new fuels or other things? Do we know what it is that they are expecting with this regard? I mean, they also won't have all the answers, but I think we need to involve them in the discussion, find it out from them. I think there is so much more to decarbonization than just the fuels on board. It was briefly mentioned, there is a bigger picture that we need to look at. We need to look more at what are we doing with regards to other sustainable matters on board, with regards to the supply of plastics on board, with regards to I don't know, there's so many different examples there, but I think the topic is bigger than just decarb, and we need to involve the new generation in whatever we want to implement on board of ships, not just simply from our older perspective implemented on board without consulting them.
Thank you, Yves. Actually, you raised very interesting questions over here. And of course, decarbonization is not our only area to focus on. And in your view, has the industry been successful in embracing and upskilling maritime professionals? What are the lessons learned, and what should be the next steps? Ross? Okay, you have raised your hands. I think you would like to comment something before Ross.
Sorry, Sandra. It was just to pick up on what Yves said there. And for example, in the container industry, just as an example, and it's not all container ships, but they do have a massive problem with mist-declared cargoes. And that can result in fire, which I think actually was the second highest cause of ship claims last year, off the top of my head. And one of the issues with that is, again, like you say, it's not all about decarbonization, because again, you know, the ship during its operational lifetime could absolutely trundle along, no problem, and have no major casualties or no major claims put against it. But if, for example, you have mist-declared cargoes, which again is a huge problem, not only in our industry, but actually in the airline industry as well. If that creates a fire on one of these alternative fuel vessels, the consequences could be catastrophic, particularly if it's in a port that has a fairly high civilian population adjacent to it. And I think it was just, as Yves was pointing out there, that it's not just decarbonisation, because the shipping industry in general has problems elsewhere that actually need to be addressed to be able to streamline everything. Streamline is perhaps the wrong word, but make sure everything can be as smooth as possible in international logistics.
Thank you, Ross. So, Leonard, what are your thoughts? What should be the next steps with regards to all these challenges? How we, as an industry, successfully upskill and reskill maritime professionals, training over these issues? What should be our steps?
As I said earlier, I think that really the first thing is that we need to understand better what competencies, so to speak, we have on board, what focuses we want to prioritize. As I said, we are, as an industry, lacking that data to quite some extent. So focusing on building that data, getting a consensus on what are these priorities, what is it that we need to tackle first, simply because either we're running out of time in regards to decarb, or because simply, so to speak, developments start to overtake us as an industry in terms of AI or unmanned vessels, to whichever extent that will become true. So I think that is very much where we need to focus our efforts in terms of research. I think that in terms of research, when it comes to human developments and the human element and human performance on board is very weak in our industry, unfortunately. We can see that other industries are far ahead when you think about medical performance that is reviewed by major by major I lost my train of thought totally, but it has been researched properly. That's what I wanted to say. Sorry for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. If, in your view, have we been successful in embracing and upskilling maritime professionals so far?
I think there's probably two sides to it. Some people, yes, they are very much ahead of the curve in how they are dealing with these challenges, but I think there is a majority of the industry which is very much lagging behind. I think what is required is very much a a change in how we are training our seafarers. We all know and we all keep saying, yes, we need to do more training and we have these new fuels we need to train, and then there will be the water ballast management was another fantastic example on the training of seafarers which went wrong. So there's always more training that needs to be provided, and the seafarer remains a single person that all needs to absorb it. So there is an overload of training there. I think there is 2 points that I wanted to mention. One is mentoring. I think not everything needs to be trained from the shore side. I think there is a large part what seafarers can teach each other. As in how they progress through the ranks, they will learn the things that are required for them from the other seafarers on board. So I think that there needs to be more focus on the mentoring side. And the second point is related to the methods that we are training. And we are seeing the industry is shifting a lot more to videos. We are seeing the VR, the AR is making a rise. I think that is all good. What I still feel is going wrong as well is that every company that a seafarer goes to, they start from zero again. They have to go through the same training just simply because it is a checklist that the ship owner has, regardless of what that seafarer actually has learned already in their previous company. So I think that there needs to be more of a step building progressive progression through the training that the seafarer does. Thanks.
Thank you, Yves. And Panagiotis, what are your thoughts?
As we said, I mean, upskilling the workforce right now for the new technologies. If we don't know the new technologies, okay. Anyhow, it's going to be intermediate technologies until we find a better fuel or a better source of energy. But I will definitely second Leonard and Captain Yves that it's a different kind of upskilling that we need to do. Human performance is here, and thankfully it's here, and it's being pushed. At least we are lucky in the tanker business that we have the SILE 2, because it brings into the agenda things that we need to address. We need to look into and develop our people. I really like what Captain Yves said about mentoring. It's definitely, you cannot teach everything. And you know, when people come to shore, it's for them to rest. And you know, sometimes we companies tend to forget that. I definitely agree that people come in and we keep retraining them. We have all these CBTs and LMSs that they are expiring every 3 years, which you know, it's obscure idea why you should go over and over the same material. So okay, it's up to each company to select what they're gonna do. But I think we are at the point that I see people are talking between them, and you know, we are sharing ideas and best practices. So maybe, you know, that's one thing that we should develop further through industry consortiums. Thanks.
Thank you, Panagiotis. I see, Leonard, you have raised your hand, your virtual hand, so please go ahead. You're muted, Leonard.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with what Yves and Panagiotis have said, and it always baffles me that when you look at these training requirements, what Yves has mentioned, you see that they have a retraining to wear PPE for a master every 3 years, and you're kind of like, okay, you're responsible enough to take my $50 million vessel with $500 million of cargo everywhere on an ocean. But I'm wearing a hard hat? Nah, I don't trust you on that one. It's kind of like, it is mind-boggling that we are living in that world that is so much driven by compliance and requirements that we simply follow this, and very, very often it's not even questioned. And I think that most likely it starts to improve that, to just question and say, are we actually right in our mind to demand that? Does that make any sense? That's pretty much where I absolutely would agree with Yves. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and actually thank you for mentioning mentoring, and which is a very crucial topic. And I think that in the shipping industry, that safety is of paramount importance. We should start talking about mentoring a little bit more much in order the young people and existing maritime professionals develop their skills. So, in your view, how can mentorship programs be structured to provide meaningful support and guidance to young people and maritime professionals that are also in our industry? Eve, would you like to start?
Sure, can. When it comes to mentoring, there's two different ways. You have the classic one person that gets assigned to a younger seafarer, or you have reverse mentoring as well, for that matter. That's a different topic. But you have one more experienced seafarer that gets assigned, so that the younger one can always approach that person, ask questions, have a meetup at a regular time, etc. That's the more standard way, I would imagine, of mentoring. A second different way, what I see is equally useful, and it can be combined on board. And I'll quite shamelessly mention the Nautical Institute's publication on mentoring here. And that is the 10-minute mentoring. You only need 10 minutes to be able to explain something to another person. And that can be done by anyone, anytime, anywhere. It doesn't need to be a fixed person that is assigned. Anybody that is able to explain something, can just simply take 10 minutes, explain it to another person. That is mentoring, one part done. And somebody else can explain something else in 10 minutes. So it really does not take much time to be able to do mentoring, but so much can be gained from it by the younger generation.
Thank you, Eve. Panagiotis, would you like to add any comment about mentoring and how ship operators can structure this concept, let's say?
Yeah, thanks. I think, it's a big challenge. I like what you mentioned, Captain Eves, about the 10-minute mentoring. Seafarers are not. It's the same with training. We have the train the trainer course, and we think that after doing a train the trainer, they can actually train. And you see that propagating in the industry. I mean, you go to maritime, training centers, and you see people teaching that they are ex-seafarers without having any academic qualification or whatsoever, or even, the trainer mentality of how you communicate things. So same thing with mentoring. Totally agree. We have to build up, but we have to build in a way that is actually qualitative, and not, just name people mentors and have them up there, because we're going to cause more damage than good. So definitely, it is something that will multiply the training on board. People need to learn on board. They need to learn how to learn on board. They need to start opening the manuals and figuring out, as good engineers, for example, there is so much you can teach them. I agree definitely with the ballast water is an excellent example of how things go very, very bad, very wrong. So yeah, I think mentoring, but quality mentoring.
Thank you very much, Panagiotis. Ross?
Yeah, I would agree with what I've heard. Mentoring is very, very important, and I was a mentee at one point in my career. To be honest, I still am. I still take guidance from more senior members of staff, and I'm grateful for that kind of time I get with them, because they've experienced things that I haven't, and I mean, I'll quite happily say to you, I don't know everything. I don't know anyone that does. But by being exposed to a pool of experienced people, it doesn't need to be within the shipping industry, but whether it's on board, in an office shoreside, it's utterly invaluable. But it depends on the right climate, which I think Panagiotis was talking about there. And if you have a connection with the person who's you're mentoring, or vice versa, I think that's really important, because if there is no connection there, if there is no, I'm trying to think of the word, but if there is no connection there, then the mentee or the mentor is not going to get anything out of that relationship whatsoever. And I think that's really important. And actually, it can go beyond professional when you're on board, and actually going back to the mental health issue or the mental health topic, even just saying, like Yves says, for 10 minutes a day, just asking somebody how they are. You can mentor them, whether it be professional or personal. And that can go a long, long way on board, particularly if you're feeling isolated and alone.
Thank you, Ross. Connection is indeed very important to build a relationship. And Leonard?
I would absolutely agree and extend on that. I think that one of the things that we, so to speak, always miss is, so to speak, to have the right people connected with the right people. And it's actually quite interesting when you look back in history, how we did mentoring in the very old ages. And actually it was the British obviously starting it with the lieutenant's exam on their vessels. And I actually think that somewhere we lost a little bit that track. And especially when we have all this new technology at hand. And I chickenly called it training Tinder, is something that we should invent at some point, where we connect the right people with with somebody who actually has the knowledge and can hand over this knowledge. And if you do this within one company or a group of companies, that is to be decided, obviously. But I think that we have a lot of knowledge in our industry, but we have it, so to speak, very badly distributed. We have individuals that hold very, very much knowledge, but then do not have the chance to pass it on. And then we have others who seek knowledge, but hardly ever have the chance to access the people who have that knowledge. And that is actually, I think actually also that the Nautical Institute did a very good job on that. And that's pretty much the whole idea behind the Nautical Institute. But I think that overall as an industry, this is something that we need to focus on. And in addition, what also obviously governing bodies should focus on. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. Now, I would like to ask you one of our favorite questions here at CAREER4SEA. If you could change one thing that would have an either profound or immediate impact on making a career in shipping more attractive to young men and young women, what this one thing would be and why? Panagiotis?
Well, I think we sort of touched on this. What's gonna impact to attract more people into the profession, I think, is we have to go back to secondary school. We have to make the profession attractive to kids. We have to make shipping visible to the people, which I don't think it is right now. Maybe in Greece that we have such a big shipping sector, but still you find that a lot of people don't go into the maritime academies. So if I was to speak for Greece, certainly we need to improve the maritime academies and upgrade them. So kids would choose to study maritime profession and come into the profession and see that there is a great future in shipping. Internationally, I think it's much more complex. We know that we're going to have a great shortage, and it doesn't seem to be resolved so easily. But making shipping more visible to the people, I think it's one of the most important things.
Thank you, Panagiotis. Ross?
I think in terms of, and I think Panagiotis has touched on it as well, like we have kind of touched on it throughout this session, but I think collaboration is really important. And obviously in today's complex and interconnected kind of global landscape that we have, collaboration is not just a beneficial strategy for anyone. It's imperative if we're going to succeed in delivering not only things like alternative fuels, but a prosperous future for young people to enter the industry. And I think actually, in terms of where the industry is going, I must admit, I've got a level of excitement because there are so many opportunities out there. But as Panagiotis said, and it's the same in the UK, as I said, I fell into this industry. It is not well broadcast at all, given how much it contributes to global economies and countries. And as we progress into the era of technological advancement that we're seeing at the minute, there is more opportunities evolving for not only to be on board ships, but to come away from ships with still having that operational impact for remote vessels, for example, that may not be a major facet in the industry, but certainly will be a facet nonetheless. So you do have those opportunities that will come in the next 5, 10, 15 years.
Thank you, Ross. Lena, what would you like to change?
I absolutely agree with what Panagiotis and Ross have said. I think that really the biggest problem is our image. Pretty much shipping is only in the news when a vessel sinks, life has been lost, or another disastrous environmental impact we had. And I think that is really what needs to change, because as Ross has exactly said, it's one of the most interesting industries, one of the most international ones. We see people from all countries, from all walks of life, in our industry, and there, so to speak, there's a place for everyone in this industry, and it always baffles me that we can't portray this better than we currently do. And it's also one of the last industry where you can actually have some real adventures. And just if you think about scientific vessels going on board, going to the Antarctic and doing research there, just as an example, but also riding a storm in a normal commercial vessel is quite an adventure in itself. And I always wonder why we are not able to advertise that. And at the same time, there's so much technological change that it should be also a very interesting industry for every geek out there. So we can't get that, and I don't know why. So I really think that we should have better advertisement. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. I keep the positive messages from all of you that good things are happening, and there are exciting times ahead, and it's an exciting industry to work in. So, Eve, what would you like to change? However, one thing that will make it.
I'll slightly echo what has been said, because I really think, and I mentioned it at the very beginning, I think we need to make the image that shipping has in the world, make it better. So I fully agree with all those points. We only see shipping when things go wrong. We only see it when there has been an accident or the Suez Canal gets blocked. That actually makes it to the news, but it dies out really quick after that. So I think that is really important. What I feel is important as well is, and I've said this many times, is really going further on the key worker status. I feel this was one of the good things that came out of the pandemic, that seafarers were given the status of being a key worker, but it is not implemented in so many countries. We still see problems in different countries with being able to go ashore, with so many things. So I feel that is something that really needs a change, and a lot more flag states need to properly put in their domestic regulations the benefits that you have for being a seafarer. I think that is an issue. There are other issues with being seafarers that are being worked on. Criminalization of seafarers is one issue that I feel really needs addressing, because if you are a young kid wanting to go to sea and you see that you might end up in jail in South America somewhere, that is not very encouraging. So I think those are issues that need changing. But like everybody has said, it is such a great career to have. There's so many opportunities, so many good things, and we really need to emphasize that more.
Thank you, Eve. And now, what is your key message and advice in order to close our discussion to young people who are interested in shipping? Just a closing comment. I will start with you, Panagiotis.
Well, the key message is that there are a lot of opportunities. It's a lot of things are changing. Do come into this industry. Keep an open mind. Keep a learner's mindset, and I think in the shipping you can actually grow professionally in a multitude of roles. So yes, it's going to be quite a ride going forward, but with a lot of opportunities.
Thank you, Panagiotis. Eve, and last comment.
I think if we are talking to the new generation, don't be afraid to come up to us. Approach any of us, whether it is over LinkedIn or when you see us at a conference. Come and talk to us. Ask us about what it is being at sea. What are the options that are available? Any of us will be happy to talk to you and give you a better understanding of what a career at sea is.
Thank you, Eve. Leonard?
I pretty much can only say the same things that Panagiotis and Eve have just said. Just do it, and if you have questions, ask the people. There's a lot of people out there who are very willing to tell you about their careers at sea, and even if you're not interested, at least you can ask and get some good stories. There are funny stories to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. And Ross?
I think I briefly touched on it just earlier on in the session, in that I completely fell into this industry. If you'd asked me 2 or 3 years before I ended up in shipping, I would have said something completely different. And I have been very fortunate, very lucky in the experiences and the education that I've had at sea. Not only the academic kind of qualifications that you gain, but also just gaining an insight into different cultures, faiths, and people that you meet at sea. And I think that's one of the most wonderful things about it, is the fact that it gives you, if you let it, a fully rounded view of not only how the world works in terms of trade, but also how people work. And that's one of the most valuable lessons that you can take away. But in terms of what I would say to them is, it's already been covered. Please just ask, and you will not find. I always find we're a very polite industry. We're a very kind of generous industry, in that we are very generous in giving of our time. And that's what I would say to young people. I said, just ask, because we will be generous with our time with you, and we will be able to, if you want a career, be able to guide you to the various different companies and trades that are there. But thank you.
Thank you very much. Now it's time to wrap up our panel. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, your perspectives openly, and addressing such interesting topics. How to embrace young generation and the more sustainable future for the maritime industry. We are looking forward to welcome you in a future event. And also I would like to thank our viewers. Stay tuned, as we'll be back in a few minutes with another panel discussion. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our panel. We're here to discuss pursuing a career in the diverse landscape that is the maritime industry. Whether individuals are seeking positions at sea or ashore, the maritime field welcomes professionals from various backgrounds and offers diverse opportunities. Nevertheless, achieving success in this industry requires dedication to learning and an ongoing commitment to enhancing both technical and interpersonal skills. We are also going to focus our discussion around recommendations for maritime professionals, as well as skills that people need to possess or develop in order to pursue a career in shipping. Furthermore, our discussion is going to focus on the younger generation in shipping, training opportunities, and way for professionals to improve their skills. First, let me introduce our lovely speakers. Hello, everyone. And we have Captain Christos Giannios, who is crew manager at Neovis Shipping. Then we have Mr. Bernd Danton, who is director at Halcyon Recruitment. Then we have Panagiotis Konstantopoulos, who is deputy crew manager at Maran Tankers Management. Then we have Ms. Amalia Markou, who is crew director and HR manager at NSL Dry. And Ms. Katerina Tsimogianni, who is a human resources business partner at Vesip Greece. Hello, everyone. And we're going to move on to the first question, which is how can the industry adapt to meet the expectations of millennials regarding workplace culture, technology adoption, and work-life balance? I would like Captain Giannios to go first.
Hello, and thanks for the invitation on the event. In my opinion, the vessels are very technologically advanced nowadays. So with the coming of Starlink, now it's another plus. It's a big game changer for the new generation on board, because the communication is very, very fast and very good. So you are not feeling homesick. You can do video calls every day, and you can check all your social media and something like that. I think this is the main problem with the millennials, the connectivity and the communication on board. All the other situation since 2006 that I started the vessel as an apprentice, the technology has taken very big steps, and we see the installation of EGDIS and many other technologies. So now the vessels, 90% of the vessels traveling around the world are state-of-the-art vessels with highly implemented new technologies. So I think the latest implementation of the communication, the Starlink, is a big game changer, and it's very easy. It's much more easy for the millennials to adapt on board and get into the vessels operation, daily routine, and at the other side, not feeling homesick on their house, family, and friends. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Danton?
Thank you. Yes, I'd agree with those points. I think that the main things to think about with millennials are some things which are quite obvious. You know, they're one of the first generations to grow up with the internet, and I think they're phrased digital natives, meaning they're completely comfortable in today's world of internet and internet connected everything, right? But something that is also new to millennials is, or specific to millennials is I'll read this. They have a preference to work in a company engaged in the betterment of society. And we see that now as young people are coming through into shipping, is that this being part of something which is more important than just what I do day to day is more and more important. And ultimately, I think that's something which is a major consideration. given everything that the shipping industry has to do with decarbonization and and all the challenges we have ahead. So I think if shipping can adapt to that need of this generation, then I think that'll be useful for many of the things we have to talk about today. Thank you.
Mr. Konstantopoulos, what do you think?
Hello, everyone. Yes, I couldn't agree more with the two other gentlemen. Also, I believe that the millennials nowadays are more driven to the flexibility of their work, and they also need to work with. They like to work with companies that have very specific values and interests for the people and also for the environment and the whole planet. And this is something that the shipping industry provides due to, let's say, its carbon emissions declining, offering more to the environment, having more vessels which are state of the art, as the other guys said. And this is something that the millennials are very focused on. Also, it's a place that working on a ship is a place full of diversities nowadays, more than the previous years, at least. And also, it's a place that most of the seamen nowadays they want to have to do something better for their own advancement and also for the rest of the team. And a ship is a workplace that this provides to everyone, provides these opportunities. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Marco, what is your view on this?
I agree with whatever has been said before. And I want to add that millennials is a generation which is very skilled with technology. They are very, very good in social media, and they learn to listen to a tutor in YouTube. So having them on board, I believe we have to adjust a bit our training and our mentoring program, and maybe assign a mentor to teach them and listen to someone whom they can listen to, and they do their job, because it's a generation who likes to text and listen and not so much to read. And we have to adjust our training so that we make them more involved and more skilled.
And what about work-life balance? How do you think millennials take on that?
As already mentioned, with the new technologies and Starlink now on board, they are well connected with their families, with their friends. And I think this is a problem that the industry slowly is going to resolve over the next couple of years.
Ms. Moyani?
Yes, I totally agree with all the other. However, what I think is that the challenges of the millennials will be not only in the maritime industry, but in every industry. We need to reassure that our people stay engaged and connected to our company's purpose and passion. So what we need to do is to challenge them, train them, offer them the technology they need because they are used in this, and make them feel that they contribute to something much bigger. And the maritime industry does this. Challenges the people, train them, gives them the opportunity to be part of the safety community. Safety is our first priority, and this is our common goal, I suppose. So this is the bigger goal of everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we move on to the second question, which is, are there specific opportunities or challenges that millennials themselves can help address, overcome in the maritime sector? Mr. Dunton, what do you think?
So I think that the phase that shipping is entering, we're going to, and we will see more and more complex vessels with more and more automation, and perhaps we'll overcome some of the safety challenges with future fuels through automation. And we'll see more and more digitalization as well. So I think it's a really obvious thing to say that this digital native generation, as younger people come through, will be more comfortable and competent, and will find these things quite normal. So it feels like a little bit of an easy statement to make that a more technically, a more connected, more complex ships of the future will be well suited to younger people coming through, and the same for shore-based, right? In the sense that you know, there's the two sides here. But I think I have the easy answer on this one because of going first on this one. So anyway, digitalization and automation, I think, is going to be something that millennials can help us with going forwards.
And do you think that they will pose any challenge as a new generation in shipping? Like,
I do, and I think I don't think it's so much onboard ships, because those that go to sea make a commitment, they make a decision for that life. I think that that work-life balance. Sure, if you think of the life, for example, of a ship operator, shipping is 24/7. Ultimately, the ship comes first in most instances. So I think that you know, theoretically, I think that you know, there'll be some advantages, but as work-life balance is seeming to be more important to this generation, then shipping is not so compatible with work-life balance in many operational and technical roles. So perhaps some adaptations could help that, right, in terms of the way that shipping companies run. But at least in theory, that's a challenge. Now, many of those people come from ships and they understand it, right? So we're not teaching new people to work ashore generally. But if we were, that would be something for us to figure out.
thank you very much. Mr. Konstantopoulos, what is your view on this?
Yeah, thank you. I agree totally with Mr. Dandon. He expressed there some very good points. Another thing that I would like to mention, apart from the automations and the technology that we always also mention, is the diversity for the crew that work now on the ships, diversity and inclusion. I mean, in the old days, we didn't have so many women on board the vessels. Now, as the millennials change, as the time changes, we have, sorry, more women coming on board. We have more different nationalities working on board the vessels, and all these people have to work together. The millennials have a different view on the personal relationships, on the respect that they provide to each other working together. And this is something that it wasn't so much at the old times. You know, things were very, very different on board the vessels previous years and these years now. The respect that everyone deserves on board to his working environment, either on board or working ashore, is something that must be one of the top goals that we must keep to the seafarers on board, regarding their nationalities, regardless of their nationalities, regarding of their gender and everything. So I mean, this is something that we also must keep in mind.
Do you think that companies are making steps in ensuring that diversity is embraced and there are not many instances of discrimination on board?
In my personal view, definitely the companies, and as everything changes in our times, they promote diversity, they promote self-respect, they promote, respect among the, let's say, the hierarchy of the vessel, hierarchy of the company. Everything is better now than the old days. And this is something that people have procedures that they can follow in case there are discriminations on board. But we see now that there will always be instances and things that must be dealt either on board the vessels, either on the companies. But we see now that, this is something that is declining. More and more people are willing to show the proper respect, proper way of working with the others, regardless, as I mentioned before, the nationality, the gender, and everything else. And also the companies pay much, much, much attention to this. I mean, the procedures nowadays are, they are going to the next level than they used to be. There are things that then, it's not only for the papers, let's say, it's something that they genuinely interested in, not have discriminations, not having a proper environment to work on board. We don't want the crew on board to have to be afraid to work there. We don't want the crew on board to be afraid to speak. We encourage everyone to speak for something, to get better, to everything.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Marco, what do you think are specific opportunities or challenges that millennials can help address and overcome?
I also believe that they will help a lot with the digitalization and automation of the various equipment on board, as well as the new technologies coming in. For example, the new fuel technology. Millennials are highly skilled in digital in technology, so they will help a lot the industry to problem resolving or adjusting new training methods in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Ms. Timoyani, what do you think?
I think that there are too many opportunities and challenges that will bring, such as every generation did. In the specific generation, I think that being that tech savvy and bringing all these thirst for being better, doing things in a different way, maybe help our industry to be more open-minded in some things that we didn't used to be up until now, like respect hierarchy or speak up lines that many companies have included in their policies. Definitely there will be challenges, and we will be there to face them and make everyone feel welcome and incorporated in the company. I think that this is something common, and we'll be there to face it all together.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Captain Yanas, what is your view on this?
My view on that is that as the millennials are more familiar with the technology, they can help on the new project now running globally on the shipping about the digitalization and bringing big data on the office and etc. And I think they will find their way on board, as we found when we start. They will find also their way. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And do you see the older generation mentoring the younger on things that have to do with living and working on board, and the younger generation mentoring the older on technology and how to embrace it better and faster? Do you see that exchange happening?
Yes, it's happening. It's happening. It's happening also actually when we were apprentices, because I remember the captain saying that before we didn't have we have only one radar, and we use it during approach. Now sometimes you have 2 or 3 radars, and it's happening. They are mentoring, and the new generation, we have already second officer, the young second officers we have on board. They are teaching the apprentices, and they are taking care of the apprentices. Of course, the second officers now and third engineers, which they are 25 to 28, they are doing some case studies unofficially from their mistakes, and they are teaching the apprentices about the do's and don'ts on board. So I think each generation mentoring the next one. So that's the good with the shipping. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now on to the next question, which is, in your view, has the industry been successful in embracing and upskilling maritime professionals? And what are the lessons learned, and what should be the next steps in order to embrace the young talents? And I would like to start with Mr. Konstantopoulos.
Yes, thank you. Now, in my opinion, yeah, of course, the maritime industry is constantly doing training, constantly doing working with the people that they have. The better train the people, the better is the work of the vessel. The better, the safest is the work on board, because unfortunately, due to some accidents, there have been imposed rules on board. There have been imposed rules to the shipping companies to upgrade and maintain a constant training to the persons that they employ. But this has also many benefits. One of the main problems of the seafarers is that, let's say, the complaints of the seafarers are they have too many trainings. It's one industry that has constant and training, regardless of how old you are, regardless of how many years you're working on the vessels. The training of the vessels are constant and keep doing more and more because of the industry. But this is something that it's for the benefit of the seaman. It is something for the benefit of the individual, because with the proper training, he grows also as an individual and as a professional. Now, the industry can do many things to attract to be more attractive to the new seafarers. Apart from to be realistic, the money that everyone wants, it's the personal growth and also the effect that we have on the planet. Because the maritime industry is one of the basic planet-oriented industries.
Thank you very much. Ms. Marco, what is your opinion on this?
I believe that we are successful in embracing and upskilling maritime professionals. As Mr. Kosandopoulos mentioned, we invest a lot in training. Seafarers are highly qualified professionals. They are very well trained. They are people who are accountable for whatever they do, and they learn to follow regulations and procedures and policies. And the challenge is to continue like this and improve and adapt our training methods to make them attractive for the young generation. And we have to go away from classroom training maybe and move into more cloud simulations so that it is attractive for the young generation. They can do it from whatever, they can do training from whatever they have, from their phone, from their mobile, from their iPad. They don't have to move around during their vacation. So there are things that we have to invest more so that new generation is also willing and undergo all this training so they stay as highly professional seafarers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Timogianni, what do you think?
I think that the industry has been successful. We offer trainings, online also trainings that can be done from on your own time, from your own place. There are several topics that can be chosen based on the hard skills, on the soft skills. So this is something that if somebody wants to evolve himself, he can find everything online. Moreover, I think that Captain Yannios mentioned about mentoring and that the maritime industry has the characteristics that one educates the other. This is also something very, very important because we create opportunities for our people to observe and learn from our skilled colleagues. And this is quite important. Also, by organizing interactive workshops, team building events, and get-togethers, we can help all these young seafarers to become more confident about their soft skills, to foster stronger team dynamics. So I think that we are in a good road. We do well, and we shall continue, as Ms. Marco mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Captain Yannios, what do you think?
In my opinion, the shipping is like the sea. It's constantly moving and changing and is doing by the wave of its era and generation. So initially we have the training by live classrooms, and you have to attend from your place, mainly here in Athens or Manila in the Philippines or anywhere else for the man agent. But now with the COVID, they start a big pivotal role that they start the webinars and the remote training. So this is good for everyone because sometimes the schedule of the training doesn't match in the rest period of the person on shore. So now we can do more and more trainings and the remote and video trainings and webinars, and the seafarers can stay on their place and not lose time with their families. So I think as the time evolving and the training characteristics evolving also, we're trying every time to catch and catch up the feeling of each generation and do the best for our seafarers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Danton?
So I see two sides to this answer. I think at sea, I think that training is excellent. It's very, very thorough. It's certified. The regulations state that. So I think at sea, very much successful. Ashore, I see a much more mixed answer. Some organisations are very, very good at it, and of course some are not so much. But more to the point, I think shipping is very traditional, and we see a lot of training following a path, and once you're in that path, you're in that path. So those that want to move from bulk to tankers, for example, find it very, very difficult. Whether that be moving jobs or whether that be cross training, and I think training is very good. And then when you look at upskilling and upskilling can be partly training, but then cross training, I don't think it's so good. I don't think the industry is successful, and I think within a continually somewhat declining availability of European seafarers, both for ships and shore, I think that will begin to impact the ability to find shore-based staff in Europe or any particular domestic location. So I think that shipping needs to get better at training, and especially so cross-training, where you have talent that can do something in one sector, but we're traditional and we choose not to use them in this sector.
Very interesting. Thank you very much. And now let's move on to the next question, which is, what is your advice to young people in order to improve their soft skills, like communication, teamwork, and soft skills that are considered vital for their career development? Because whether onshore or on board, it's important to have a certain soft skill set in order to communicate with colleagues, which is becoming more and more apparent nowadays. And I would like to ask Ms. Marco, what do you think?
So soft skills, they are there to assist us work with others, to assist us to manage our work and resolve our problems that we face during our working day. I believe it is company responsibility to assist young people and young employees to develop their soft skills by arranging soft skills programs and trainings, by arranging interactive workshops and various activities. There are already in the industry a lot of programs that are running, especially for the ships, like this maritime resource management or global resource management trainings that are focused especially on soft skills, and with various practical examples, assist the young generation of the seafarers to understand why do they need to develop their communication, why do they need to be more teamwork, what are the benefits. And very important also for, besides the typical soft skills, communication and teamwork, very important is for the young generation to develop their critical thinking, to know exactly why they do things, especially on board, what is the reason, and have a competent understanding of the job they are asked to do. Don't use their equipment just passively, but really understand what the equipment is capable to do. Thank you.
And do you think that helping a generation develop their soft skills today will make better leaders tomorrow?
Definitely. By developing the soft skills, automatically you develop also your leadership skills. First of all, you can understand your colleagues, your You can accept their weaknesses, you can work with their strong points, mentor them accordingly. Definitely, it's very important to have soft skills to develop future leaders.
So it's really an investment. Well, any training, any skill set improvement is an investment, but especially soft skills.
It is an investment, and it is not only for the shipping industry, but for every industry. It's an investment to work and develop the soft skills of your team and of your employees.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Timoyani, what do you think? We cannot hear you, unfortunately, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I think that all young people listen to the companies and managers and all us mentioning about effective communication, problem solving, organizational skills. What we need to underline is that all these may sound very overwhelming, but please remember that we are not born with these qualities. It is in our hand to acquire them, to train them, to develop them. So definitely a company that cares about its people provides trainings, sessions, mentoring, having leaders with active listening skill set in order to train the colleagues. But my advice would be that the sooner each one start working on these soft skills, the better for himself as a person and as a professional also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Captain Yanyos, what do you think?
So my opinion is that for the young generation is stay humble on board, ask questions, read the manuals of the equipment, follow up a task step by step to see how the task is completed, follow up with the chief officer and second engineer about the risk assessment and why we do the risk assessment and etc. So they understand the whole aspects of the task, from the planning to till the execution, so that their skills will be developed. And always, as I say to the young apprentices, ask questions, as many questions as you do. Nobody will say to you, don't ask questions, because it's better to ask questions on board in order to get the correct replies, and you get many replies, of course. But if you don't ask, and then an accident happens or an incident, then everybody tells you why you don't ask prior you doing this. So I believe asking questions, following up every step of a task, follow up risk assessment, reading the manuals will help them to improve their soft skills and then thinking and planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that is a very interesting point, because we used to say soft skills versus technical skills. But actually, soft skills can aid in a person's effort to improve their technical skills as well, because if you're not afraid to ask questions, to communicate, to question, and then you can learn technical aspects from colleagues that you may have not been aware of. So it's not really a versus sometimes. Sometimes it's combined or with soft skills and technical skills.
Yes, correct. It's combined. It's not only soft skills sometimes, because not all the tasks require soft skills. Some tasks require also hard skills, but in order to execute a task, you have to have a spherical opinion and view. View, not opinion, view of the task, a spherical view of the task. And for example, I'm doing that for that reason. So for everything you do on board, there is a specific reason. That's what I am saying to apprentices when I was a captain. Nobody wants to punish you. So you are doing its job. That there is a specific reason for its job on board. From the receipt of provisions, from the painting, from the voyage planning, from sending the noon reports, all they have a specific task and a specific role, and you have to follow that and to do that. But you have to do that on the correct way. And what is the correct way? By learning from the mistake way, sometimes. So that's from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Danton, what do you think?
I agree. I agree with much of what's been said already. I think it's whether you're hiring and training younger people or whether you are one yourself, it's worth remembering that so many people in shipping come through a path of cadet and then sailing in a very hierarchical structure. You begin as a fourth and eventually engineer. You begin as a junior officer and eventually become a captain. And that structure is very well understood and very structured. It's hierarchical. The step ashore is the biggest difference here, and probably is the part which needs the most preparation for, because the world ashore is so different, and the hierarchy, whilst it's still there, is less so. The culture or the communication and relationships that you have as a shore-based employee, I wouldn't say they're different, completely different than life on board a ship, but they're not the same. They're very much more complex. They're very much more individual, maybe more political even, right, in some ways. So I think that preparing with soft skill training for that step ashore and thinking about differences of communication and how you build relationships with people as individuals, I think is super important, and will make a difference to those that are doing so.
And also maybe developing better soft skills can aid in the way that the company, the people ashore, interact with the people on board the vessel, because there are many different levels and many segregations in this industry. So do you think that soft skills could aid in all of this network to come together and understand each other better? I would
definitely say so. Yeah, absolutely. Soft skills is such a big subject, isn't it? And it has so many tentacles into things that we all take for granted, that sometimes are part of your personality. It can be said that soft skills are not learned, whereas hard skills are learned or taught. Hard skills might be report writing or formal writing or something like that. Those things you can learn, but you can learn and adapt your soft skills as well. And if you improve them, then many things get better. And communication, I think, is probably the strongest differentiator, both for yourself and for those you're working with, and then for managing and everything else that you might do later on as well.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Konstantopoulos, what is your view on this, the subject?
Yeah, thank you. The previous speakers were all very to the point. I would like to address something else. Now we have the technology on board the vessels. Many vessels have Wi-Fi internet on board, so meaning that all crew can have instant chat and communications with their people ashore, their families, their friends, everyone. However, we need to address something here very specific, very important for me. The tools that the technology provides us give the ability to communicate with our friends ashore, but it somehow reduces the communications and the teamwork on board the vessel. We have many examples that the seamen on board, they finish their work and they go to their cabins and speak with their friends, speak with their families. This reduces the teamwork on board the vessel, which is very important, not only for the personal improvement of the people, because you get ideas from the rest of the seamen on board, you get ideas from the mentors that you have on board, you get ideas from the other nationalities that you get on board. But it is also very important to get the good spirit, team spirit that you have to your work, to learn from your colleagues and hear their thoughts, hear their personal problems, because the life on board, the communication with the rest of the team is also a very, very important thing that you have to do. And the soft skills that we have for the communications is something that someone must keep in mind to talk with the rest of the crew, talk with the rest of his fellows, his colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And about the crew on board, our next question is, what is your advice to ship operators to develop a sustainable skill strategy for their crew on board? And I would like to start with Ms. Timogiani.
Mr. Kostadopoulos, I think, helped me to answer this question. This is what we need to do, is to focus more on the team spirit on board vessel. It's very crucial. In the maritime industry, being able to communicate effectively and prevent, let's say, intercultural misunderstandings can be a matter of life or death. So how can we help our people communicate effectively? By being active listeners, by making questions, by understanding if they are indeed well or if they face some problem. We can use our critical thinking in order to make the right decision, or we can also have an use our emotional intelligence and understand our emotions and our colleagues' emotions in order to help them and become more team-oriented and collaborative. Now I think that by developing all these soft skills and by having the right leaders in the right place, the crew on board will be much more safer and happier to do their job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Captain Yanios, what is your opinion?
I fully agree with Mr. Panagiotis and Mrs. Tsimogiani. Nowadays, also the technology is an ally and also is an enemy, because everyone after they finish their daily duties and job, go into cabin and in order to communicate with his family and his friends. So you cannot meet anymore people in the smoking room or gymnasium or something like that with the frequency that you can do in the last 10 or 15 years. It's a part of the game, it's true, but we have to emphasize on board. The crew on board have to emphasize on the team building, the cooperation. You cannot force them to do team building. We're 20 persons on board, and we are from separate background and different background and different culture and different countries. So they have on board the leaders on board, I think master, chief engineer, chief officer, second engineer, they have to emphasize on the team building and the gatherings on board for the important things, not only for the work, but also the simple things, just seeing a movie all together on Saturday or something like that. They have to emphasize also in the team building. Yeah, and this can be mainly do on board. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Danton, anything to add on this?
Yes, I think that shipping is going to enter a very, very competitive time for people. As we see more ships being delivered with specific fuel, methanol, whatever, then training those people to operate these vessels with this technology, and then the hiring or trying to attract people with those skills already will create a phrase overused, a war for talent. I think we've seen this in the gas, the first gas, the LNG boom of 2008-9, and I think we will see this again. And I think that so my advice for ship operators is to work really hard to build a sense of belonging, to build engagement, to move their seafarers to feel like an asset rather than a cost. All too often you hear about the two biggest costs of running a ship is the fuel and the people, right? And quite often I think that there is too often a feeling of the crew being a cost. I think my advice would be make people feel like employees rather than they're on a contract. Because I think across shipping as a whole, too many people are contract to contract versus feeling like an employee. And ultimately, I think that I would advise ship operators to start dealing with their people as an asset. And there's many ways you can do that, but changing that from the top and whether it goes onto a balance sheet and is technically an asset is another thing, but otherwise there's trouble ahead.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Konstantopoulos, you mentioned that before. Do you have anything else to add on this?
Yes, my main belief of this, apart from what the others said, very good points, is that the ship operators need, as everyone personally, needs to strive for becoming better. To become better, you need to have more training. Ship operators nowadays provide tailor-made trainings. They get career development. They have the tools to do it. They have all the abilities and everything to assist someone working from the very first day of the work, beginning until the last days of his career, to expand, to see specific trainings that someone needs, specific assistant, let's say, that someone might need to improve himself, either ashore, or on board. These are things that I believe for me training is the number one point that needs to be taken care of and taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Marku, what do you think?
I believe that we should enhance employee engagement, make people on board feel part of the company and employee of the company, as already mentioned before, and listen to their needs, assist them in any way we can to assist them, either is it technical or is it as employees, as human, and work with them as a team. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, some of you mentioned training. So I would like to ask, how should training be transformed to adapt to this new reality? And I would like to start with Captain Yenios.
Thanks a lot. I think we have already replied this question earlier. Now training is being conducted widely remote, so this is adapt to the new reality. And it's a more cost-effective and more efficient. So because in a common classroom, you can have 10, 20, 30 or 40 candidates instead of have a live classroom with 5 or 8 candidates. I think the training is easily adapted and to the new reality, and now coming remote with live classrooms or remote Q&A sessions from your home within your PC or sometimes your tablet. So I think the training needs already adapt the new reality as it is now. I don't know in the next 5 years how will be the training. I have read something about virtual training, so you can see the ship before you join. So let's see, here we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Darnton?
I think training is, I think it's quite good. I think that I think maritime training is generally like we've touched on before, structured and organized. I think where training turns into good habits and good behaviors is through management, and I think that focusing on good management is probably where we'll be able to make a bigger difference than suddenly changing how we do training. I think training is generally good, but if organizations focus on good management, then how do you turn the trainings into, like we touched on, good habits, good behaviors? I think that's probably what will make the biggest difference going forwards. And we talked about millennials a lot today. Millennials as a group require good management. They need to be managed well for them to be happy. They need to have good feedback. They need to have regular communication. So I think as we have more young people and more millennials in shipping, I think the need for good management is essential. And again, when got right, will make the biggest difference.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Konstantopoulos?
Yes, thank you. For me, nowadays the shipping operators, they invest heavily in the training of the seafarers, more and more, with more advanced tools, more things that can do. They hire psychologists to assist the seafarers with developing their soft skills. They have tailor-made programs for each specific training. They're not just, like the old days used to do, just get the certification to have the paper on your hand. We actually care to have seamen who know what they're doing, who know why they are doing it. The seafarers are feeling that they are part of the company. They're part of the vision of the company. They're more interested in doing their work on board and getting a lifelong training program for them also. These are things that we need heavily to invest on. The better the crew, the better our seamen and our office staff are aligned with the company vision, the better they have the prospects to be better for themselves, to improve on their own, to have the proper training. And then they don't just do a training to do the training to get the certification. They do it because they genuinely need to know more, to improve themselves.
So a more holistic approach can lead to more sustainable results.
Exactly, yeah. The more they care, the more they are part of the things that are done, and the more they understand why they are doing things. This is what the millennials also look up to the company. They truly like to be part of the company, part of the spirit, part of the vision.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Marco, what do you think on this?
I think we should continue with online training or focus more on online training, which are easily accessible, and seafarers can do it from their home, from their mobiles, even while traveling on board, and don't need to spend their vacation in a training center or away from their home. And in the future, to focus more on cloud simulators. They already start making their entrance in shipping industry. And I think this is something that will move into the future and use them more often in training people on specific subjects or specific equipment. The usage of cloud simulation, which is also very, very attractive because you can, it's beyond any boundaries, any geographical boundaries. You can have it on a training, all your employees from Manila, from Greece, from Ukraine, from Europe, everybody can enter and can all do the same training, the same simulation. And I think this is very also interesting for us sitting in the office.
Do you think that simulation and digital training will enhance the need for soft skills training because you won't have that much interpersonal learning?
It will, but the millennials are so skilled in working with social media and cameras, and I think that it will have the same effect on them as classroom training because this is how they are grown up. And the generation Z coming is even more used in virtual training, even the university is virtual. So they are very used to express themselves in cameras and I think that this will not be any boundary in the future. If the training is well documented, then it won't be any problem.
COVID, the pandemic, helped a lot with that.
Yes, pushed a lot.
Faced with this reality.
Exactly.
Ms. Timogianni, what do you think?
I think that we need to focus on making people understand why it is important to conduct and follow these trainings. It is not just a tick-the-box exercise. It is something that we need to make them feel it is important. It is important for their personal development, for their career development, for the safety, not only of the crew, but also here in the office. We have regular trainings both on soft skills, hard skills, reminders about our values in order to be that we are all in the same page. Also, what is missing, and maybe we need to focus more, is to focus on the early managers. These are people who need to be trained because they will be tomorrow leaders. So maybe a little bit more focus on the early managers would be valuable for the future. That's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now let's move on to the penultimate question, which is, if you could change one thing that would have either a profound effect or an immediate impact on making a career in shipping more attractive to young men and women, what would this thing be and why? And I would like to ask Mr. Danton first.
So I think we need to give shipping a rebrand, and the rebrand, I think, it needs to be to position shipping as part of the solution to decarbonization, to more sustainable human life. Really, you know, I think that as new fuels become part of everyday life, whether it be at home in cars and electricity generation, whatever it is, then these fuels are going to be moved by ship. And the projects to build these things are going to be built with things that were moved by ship. So I think if shipping can rebrand itself to being part of the solution to the decarbonization journey for the world, then I think that will help. You know, I don't think that will make going to sea and being an engineer especially more exciting as a role, but the purpose and what is shipping for and what is shipping all about, I think that will be more understood to normal people. When you look at when I talk to people about shipping, they know what a container ship is because they see them, and they know, you know, they heard that Christmas last year was going to be affected because there was a ship stuck in a canal somewhere, but they don't really know what it is. And I think that positioning as part of the solution to something which they do know about, I think will make a massive difference.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting. Mr. Konstantopoulos.
As Mr. Danton said, made a very, very good point, actually. This is the main thing that needs to change for the seafaring, for the shipping business, I mean. For another point, I would like to maybe say something like, even in Greece that we live here, exactly Mr. Danton said, there are not many people that know exactly what a seafarer is, what he's doing, what his life is. This is something that has to come out. This is something that has to be, let's say, make like an image promotion for the seafarers and his life, the good things of his life, his salaries, his voyages, his being part of the decarbonization, being part of the solution of the planet. These are things that needs to be pointed out and to the wider public. There are many programs that can do it. Maybe a rebranding would be very, very good. But generally, the promotion of the seafarer's life and what he's doing and why he's doing it, it is something that has to be done.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Markou, would you like to add something?
Maybe to review a bit the contract condition and make this contract permanent so that employee engagement is there if they are permanent employees, and whatever you invest in training, then it will give back to us. because people will not so easily change companies. And this is something I will have considered as a move to make the career in shipping more attractive, to offer them security and improve their engagement to the ship owner or the shipping company they're working with.
Thank you. Ms. Timogianni, what do you think?
I think that unleash innovation is crucial for the maritime industry. Creating a culture of innovation is not an easy task. So innovation could be by changing business practices, by changing the management strategy, proposing new way of doing things. I think this could be, this could done the maritime industry more attractive. So this I would change.
Thank you. And Captain Yanyas, what is your opinion?
My opinion is that we can do same by organize career days and have some professionals deliver a speech about what is shipping and what is the industry, what is the benefits you have from this job, and how you can evolve quickly on the ranks, and the benefits of the salary, and you can see other places, you can meet other cultures and generation, etc. I believe that we can do that, but each country with a big shipping like Greece and the Philippines, I think they have to do that. Even in organizing workshops on schools, where the children, they are going to decide what the job are they are going to follow in their life. So it's very important to know what you expect, what are the expectations and reality from its job. We have to do some kind of workshops like that, in my opinion. And of course, on the other side, if I can, even tomorrow, I will reduce the paperwork on board ships and making their life on board more easier. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Now on to the last question of this panel. I would like to ask all of you, what is your key message or advice to young people who are interested in a career in shipping? I would like to ask Mr. Konstantopoulos first. What do you think, Mr. Konstantopoulos? What is your key message?
Well, for me, either you are working on the vessel or either you are working at a shipping company, it's a very good life. I mean, it has its pros and cons, but in generally, the safety that it provides to the people, to their families, I think it cannot be matched with other industries. Also, it's a sector that, as I mentioned before in my previous speeches, the trainings that is done to someone is constant. It's lifelong training. And for me, it's very, very important, because this is how you grow yourself. So this is how you improve as a professional. The persons that you meet on board, the persons that you meet ashore, the voyages, the travels, the constant diversity that there is to the vessels. I don't think that many companies, many industries that can provide this. So for those who are very committed and want to be real good professionals to whatever they choose to do, I hope they choose shipping to do it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Marco, what would be your key message?
CAREER4SEA is a very structured career development, because good seafarers and trade seafarers, they can move easily from one rank to other, which is something we don't see in the short careers so easily. And they have very good remuneration. It is a demanding job, but also very exciting and very well-trained, and I mean, they have a lot of opportunities to be trained and gain everything they need to develop good results. So if anyone wants to join the ship, my advice is to go for it and give it a try.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mogiani, your key message?
We need young people. We need motivated people. We need people with passion for work to be able to be committed for development and to be agile like the millennials, to be flexible. So all these characteristics are major for this industry because it is an industry that is diverse, is dynamic, and has all these characteristics. So if you choose to pursue a career in the maritime industry, you will definitely gain unique working experience because you will collaborate with different nationalities, but you'll also have the chance to experience the world beyond its shores. So I think it is a good combination for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Captain Yanyos, your key message?
My key message to the young people is that come on shipping. It's a very nice and stable job. Give your 100% and be sure that you will succeed either ashore, either on board. You will be quickly evolved to a higher position, and the salary will be very good, and you can do many things for your family. But you will have also personal development, and you interact with other persons with different cultures and different generations. So I think if you are ready to work hard, it's a very nice job, and it's a job also that you finish your school, either academy, and you can work on the next months. There is no unemployment on shipping at the moment, so it's a very nice career choice. That's what I told it to my daughters also. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Mr. Danton, what is your key message?
So my message is that shipping is a planet critical business. So without shipping, the world, I don't know how it would be. It would be so different than the world we live in today. And because of that, it's invested in by companies, and whether that be in assets, whether that be in people. It's a fantastic business to grow yourself in as a person, as a professional, and not only is it invested in assets and big expensive ships, but you're very well invested in as people, whether it be through training like we talked about today, whether it be through opportunities like we talked about today. There's loads. It's great. It's great.
Thank you. So as much as I enjoyed our conversation, it's time to wrap up this panel. Thank you all very much. You were all excellent. You shared some very interesting insight into the industry. I hope to see you again. And thank you for joining us. And for everyone watching at home, thank you for your attention. And stay tuned for more from Safety4Sea. Thank you.
Viewers and friends, welcome to the third panel of the 2023 CAREER4SEA Forum. My name is Katerina Tsiakaraki, and I'm news editor at Safety4Sea. I'm very pleased to be the moderator of the third panel in which we are privileged to have several seafarers who bring first-hand experience of life at sea. Seafarers, as the core workforce of the maritime industry, play a vital role in ensuring the smooth operation of global trade. While the work of seafarers is indispensable, it comes with unique challenges, both physical and mental. Recognizing these challenges, the industry is actively exploring ways to improve the working conditions and overall quality of life on board. Life on board is a microcosm of society, where a diverse crew from different corners of the globe comes together as a tightly knit family. Now, let me introduce our panelists. We are very happy to have Christian Rey de la Cruz, who is third assistant engineer at Nick Line. We are also very happy to have Captain Athanasios Glavas, who is master at Maran Gas Maritime. We are pleased to be joined by Danica Mae Madela, who is second officer. We are very happy to have Captain Athanasios Mavrogenis, who is master at Latso Marine Management. And we are also very happy to have Captain Thilanka Sirimana, who is USV pilot master at Xocean. Our discussion is going to focus on the challenges that you face while on duty, and we would be glad to hear from you lessons learned from your experience so far. We would like to hear your feedback, how a career at sea looks like, and what are the career prospects. Feel free to share your experience and advice to young people who are interested in joining shipping. Now, I will start with the first question. What are the pros and cons of course? Christian, would you like to share your thoughts with us?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that question. For the pros and cons of this pursuing career at sea, I think basically the salary, the opportunities for growth, travel and leisure, and what you learn on the ship can also be applied while you are on land. And these are the things which really benefits the seafarers when they pursue this career. However, looking back, when you are a seafarer, half of your life is already at sea. And of course, you need to be away from your family. These kinds of sacrifices are very difficult, and for others, they have difficulty in dealing immediately. However, I think there's a lot more in this career that we can do, and of course, there is a lot more to learn and to share to everybody. And that's my take on what are the pros and cons of this career. Thank you.
Thank you. Captain Athanasios, your thoughts?
Yes, good morning from me as well. As in every job, there are advantages and disadvantages. We all know that. Same at sea. In many cases, priority may be the competitive salaries, which can provide a decent way for seafarers and their families to live. The career status of an officer, especially on board ship, is a positive factor, and the fact that you get access to great knowledge, which is always improved. In addition, the fact that this is not a routine job is a big plus for myself, at least, which allows the seafarers to work in different ships with different people, different nationalities, different sex. By this, we can widen our horizon of knowledge and way of thinking. In the same time, this can be a disadvantage as well, since different people means different way of thinking, which have to adapt with for smooth and safe cooperation. Of course, the biggest disadvantage for pursuing a career at sea is the several months that we spend apart from families and belongings, especially during important parts of our lives.
Thank you. Danica, would you like to share your thoughts?
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you, Katerina. I think my answers are somehow similar to the answers of my colleagues. So for the pros of pursuing a career at sea, well, you get to be unique and cool, at least for me. There is pride in saying that you are a seafarer. I believe everybody can do it. It's just not everybody is willing to do it. You know, it would take a lot of courage to sail away from home, that is. And it is rewarding. The fact that you get to be one of the people who is part of 90% of trade in the world is fulfilling. The sea will make you appreciate life more. It would make you appreciate your time, your wealth, your health, and your relationships more. And of course, practically speaking, it is one of the highest paying jobs in the world. Plus, as the cliche goes, you get to travel for free. And once you opted to quit sailing, maritime, being a vast industry, has a lot of opportunities. As for the cons, you will be away from your loved ones for long periods of time. The feeling of isolation and loneliness can be prominent. It is a demanding work. Voyage orders mostly come unexpectedly, thus you always must be ready, and there is a high risk of accidents.
Thank you. Captain Anastasios, your thoughts?
Yes, hello from me. As a master, I believe that PROS is high-paid salaries with a future opportunity for a successful job at shore, travel and adventure, having the chance to meet and interact with other people from different cultures. And finally, career at sea is a secure job as maritime industry is growing up and considered very stable with plenty of opportunities in the labor sector. Last, we must mention that in order to be in line with the profession, we should be in a continuously training with the new systems and technology. From the other hand, cons is long period away from the families and home, isolation from socializing events, very often exposure to extreme weather conditions, and also a number of safety risks that need to be considered, as in case of a serious accident on board, we have limited access to hospitalization or a potential risk for piracy, which make this job to be much different from any other in the land. Thank you.
Thank you. Captain Sri Lanka?
Yeah, good morning, and thank you for having me here. Regarding at sea, I totally agree with my colleagues. And apart from that, what they said here, I would like to add the responsibility you're taking as an officer or an engineer or as a crew member here. For an example, when you become a third officer, maybe let's say for an example, at age of 24 years, and if you are handling maybe a LNG ship or maybe VLCC, on that, but with 24 years of life experience, you are handling such an asset. So that's one maybe life opportunity seafarers are getting. I don't know if we have any other industry you can get such opportunity. So that's the main thing seafarers can get relate with the maritime industry. Also that from me, I would like to travel. So traveling and visiting other countries, that's one of my with different cultures. Of course, cons, the main thing is staying away with our families, and when they require, we can't be with them. So that's the main con, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I would like to ask you, what has changed in your profession since the beginning of your career till today, and why? Captain Athanasios, would you like to share your thoughts? Captain Athanasios, sorry, you are muted.
I'm sorry, I forgot. First of all, I would say that the most important thing that has changed during the past 18 years that I've been a seaman, I would say that is me. First of all, my mentality, way of thinking, maturity and experience, and many of my characteristics that were affected during these years. Other than that, in practical terms, technology, I would say, is the main factor that have changed through the years. These have led to improvement of communication, either for professional or seamen's welfare purpose, which made life on board easier and a bit more pleasant. Technology is at the same time help to discover ways to improve daily tasks on board, such as matters of cargo, mechanical parts, which can save time, improve safety and energy efficiency. During all this effort of improving safety of life at sea, the regulations and rules have been increased as well, and every seaman needs to maintain high standards of knowledge in order to comply with. In addition, we would say that during the past years, vessel stay at ports has been shortened. That means that the crew has not so much opportunities for shore leave. Thank you.
Danica?
Yes, well, a lot actually. In a span of 6 years from when I started, I have observed that the industry has been through a lot of changes. Well, to start, there is digitalization, which makes systems on board efficient, productive, and smart, helping our seafarers get the most accurate of all data in a short amount of time. We also have our green initiatives, such as decarbonization, which would benefit not just the industry, but also the people in our planet. And as for our human element, more young people, competent young people in maritime are attaining the highest rank in seafaring and are being given command, a testimony that we can get the balance out of experience and knowledge through proper assessments. And of course, for human sustainability, we are now putting more focus on crew welfare and well-being, which is really just right, as our seafarers are the blood of the maritime industry.
Thank you. Captain Anastasia?
Yes, a lot of changes have been occurred that make the job difficult, but also more comfortable. For example, there is some negative and some positive items. As negative is additional stress due to excessive number of new legislation and port regulation, excessive number of inspection procedures and tankers or port authorities. Of course, less time spent at port due to new facilities and terminals, rapid means of loading and unloading. Sometimes also, the most important is that the requirements from the vessel and the crew has been increased, but from the other hand, vessel's manning has been reduced or remain constant. Also, inadequate seamanship attitude due to lack of proper training by experienced mentors. Of course, we have also positive items as shorter contracts, better quality of communication between seamen and their families. Of course, new modern vessels, more safe, well equipped. And finally, better living condition with adequate welfare items. That's for me.
Thank you. Captain Lanka, your thoughts?
Yes, yeah, what has changed in your profession? So I started in 2009. So at that time, compared to current situation, yeah, there are many changes, I would say. Yeah, as other colleagues explained, yeah, the systems and the onboard operations have improved a lot. Yeah, it makes both pros and cons to the seafarer. So yeah, when we improve, for an example, if you go to a terminal, I'm also from a tanker background. When we go to a terminal, if they are loading it faster, that's good in one side, but for seafarer side, it will stress themselves. So and the port calling frequency has increased. So again, it's stressing seafarers. But for the pro side, for advantages, I would say the internet connections been improved a lot. And also, I would like to add here, as an industry-wise, now they are going to unmanned vessels. So because my career now, I just changed to operating unmanned vessels. So I'm navigating unmanned vessels from my home. So that's another new thing to change in this profession. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian?
For my part, I'd like only to highlight technological advancement and push for zero greenhouse gas emissions. I think I started my career a little late than my colleagues. I started way back 6 years ago, 2017. And previously, to reduce carbon emissions, we have dealt with heavy fuels and treated them with additives. But now, we have ammonia-powered vessels, LNG-powered vessels, and many more. So which push us to study more, deal more with these kinds of vessels, operating in these kinds of fuels. Things really have changed. We have focused more on our environment and welfare of our crew. However, we have pushed for more knowledge and protection of our environment, which is a good thing. But when we are complying with the requirements in the industry, it has also heavily increased, which is a burden. And of course, as mentioned, it brings stress to our seafarers, to us. So if ever, standardization of these inspections can be accredited by one, for example, all major companies and other PSA inspection, if they can only have one single inspection which they can accredit, I think this will lessen the burden. Since, for example, some crew prepares for PSA inspection, while some prepares for all major inspection, which is really a lot. And of course, you have the operation at port, which all crew must be on hands, must always be present because the operation is the priority when you're at port. I think that's my take on this. Thank you.
Now, I would like to ask you, how effective is the communication with the people ashore? Family, friends, and how can this be improved? Okay, Danica, your thoughts?
Okay. So with our internet connection and technology today, most especially with messaging applications, I believe communication between ship and shore, seafarers, and their loved ones has been effective, at least for some. Of course, we cannot take a blind eye on those who still have limited to no internet connectivity on board. Yes, those who just rely on signal reception from islands that ships pass by and use their own mobile data, or those who still pay on board just to have internet connectivity. The improvements on concerns such as this will always depend on their company, but I really do hope that they take and consider this seriously, as communication to home, to their loved ones every now and then is really a need of seafarers. But can we also notice that easily available communication also brings detrimental effects? Bad news reaches them faster, affecting their emotions and causes them to lose focus from their tasks on board, which thereafter might lead to mental health concerns. Thus, I think proper regulation is one thing we all should consider here.
Captain Anastasios?
Yes, in general, the communication with corporates, family, and friends are fully effective and has a great improvement the last year. Communication and the help from some departments from the office related to the job matters is really very good and very helpful. Some issues that we have with the communication immediately solved by the responsible department with the use of the new technology as some system, TeamViewer, etc. Communication with our family and friends is also very good, and this is improved the last year with the uses of internet that keeps people in close contact, especially with their families. The present electronic system that is considered very effective these days provided very good quality of audio and visual communication, higher speed of transmission data that helps our job. However, we need to monitor in very close the forthcoming new technology, new systems that come in, and training ourselves in order for proper use of them. That's for me.
Thank you. Captain Pilanka?
Yes, yeah, communication wise with shore people, I mean the same company departments, yeah, we can use it. The proper internet connections will be most helpful. For example, yeah, if the company need to do training, earlier it was very hard, and seafarer has to be on shore to do the training. But with proper connections, now it's readily available as other industries, like through online platforms. So that's a major thing with related to company internal training stuffs, and also other issues can be resolved with proper connections. And also, yeah, you feel very connected with the family with proper connection, so that will improve the mental condition of the seafarer. But on the other side, as Danica explained, there can be some negative news. Even though seafarer knows about it, seafarer can't attend to it. But still, if you got to know that, that would be not a good thing for seafarer. But yeah, as a whole, yeah, I would say the technology has developed and it's helping the industry a lot and seafarer a lot.
Christian?
I totally agree with what colleagues have also mentioned, that technology has really increased, and fast communication between ship and shore is readily available. We can immediately contact our shore personnel in case we have medical issues on board, which is really a need of the crew, because some vessel does not have doctors on board, and I have experienced this one. So the advices coming from the shore will immediately help the seafarers on board, especially when the master does not have authority sometimes on and when the master needs the advice coming from the company at some matters. Then of course this communication really affects us negative times, because it easily transfers negative or bad communications. It can easily be absorbed by the seafarer and will affect their emotions. And reporting issues in overall increase in messaging applications, everything is really beneficial to everyone. Thank you.
Captain Athanasios?
Yes, as I said earlier, the communication on board has been significantly improved. It has nothing to do with years. The effectiveness, though, depends on the needs. For example, for corporate purposes, the communication is, I believe, more than satisfying, since usually email exchange or phone is used on a daily basis, except on some extreme circumstances, of course. For communicating with family and friends, the needs are quite different, since video calls, social media apps are used. Sometimes the data or the speed are limited. This has to do either with the cost of the communication, and sometimes with vessels location, the satellite coverage, some dead bands, etc. The best way, I believe, to achieve satisfying communication relies mostly on IT experts and each company's interest to invest more and more in crew welfare and to increase the crew needs in terms of communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I would like to tell me what is the best piece of career advice you have ever been given and why? Captain Anastasios, would you like to share your thoughts?
Yes, what's the best? Seafarer profession with well-paying salaries will ensure a prosperous future for you, a reputable life for your family. Maritime industry is growing up, is very stable, with plenty of opportunities in the labor sector. It was the best advice came to me because already came true and verified. That's all.
Thank you. Captain Sri Lanka?
Yeah, Yeah, there are a few I can say. Yeah, we talked about the technology and the internet connections. So, the seafarers has to be very vigilant with internet connections because we have to be careful because of the cybersecurity threats available. So yeah, generally the companies are providing such trainings, but still that's you are the one person who has to comply with such things, and that will save your ship, company, and yourself. So that's the main thing I have to say. And yeah, being a seafarer, I think it's very vital to be adaptive to the technology coming up. So I would say you should have, seafarers should have that mentality to adapt whatever the technology comes up, because the technology you have in current vessel may not be there on the next vessel. So you have to be adaptive, and otherwise you can't continue with that technology. So yeah, these are the main 2 points I would like to add. Thank you.
Christian?
The best piece of advice that was ever given to me was given by the president of our company here in the Philippines. She said that the path to success is a never-ending journey. Taking this into consideration, I think that we does not only consider ourselves as seafarers, and we must not only focus on what we have on board. We must always look way beyond our control, what we can do not only in our career, not only in the Philippines, not only for our family, but also as a whole in the environment. What is our impact on the world? We have moved the world. 90% of the cargoes are moved through shipping. And we must always take into account that we are key factors why the world continues to move during the pandemic. So we must not stop learning. We must always engage ourselves and help ourselves and even our colleagues focused on topics such as like this, welfare, focusing on welfare, focusing on environment, and of course, allowing the next generation to learn more, learn from the experienced seafarers, like the masters that we have here, and of course, be open to changes because as what Chief said, it is a never-ending journey to success. Thank you.
Thank you. Captain Athanasios?
Yes, allow me to share you. I will share you with you 2 advices. The first most important advice I remember when I was a first-time cadet, first time on board. I was so excited by getting to know new countries, new places, exciting nature moments that I wanted to keep memorized by making photographs, as always. The chief officer at that time advised me to relax and keep as many memories for myself in my mind and enjoy them. It took me some years to understand. Other than that, the most important that I remember came a few years later by an experienced captain. He told me that you have always have to respect people and colleagues, no matter their rank, their age, their sex, their color, or their origin. Few words, so simple but important. I still keep this valuable advice, and I'm trying myself to pass this to younger generation and younger seafarers coming on board ships. Thank you.
Danica?
Well, there are 3 best pieces of career advice that are closest to my heart right now. These are: we believe in you, improve your competence, and look up at the sky but keep your feet on the ground. We believe in you. There will always be times when our drive will somehow falter. We are just humans. And I think it is important that we support and believe in each other, in the capabilities of ourselves and of others. And the next one is improve your competence. Well, in a challenging industry, our careers will always be based on our competence as a person and as an employee. And of course, for look up at the sky but keep your feet on the ground, we should dream big, aim high, but always act based on what's in our present reality.
Thank you. In your view, has the maritime industry developed an attractive working environment for young people to join today? What needs to be done further? Captain Tulanka, your thoughts?
So yeah, I would say yes, because the current maritime industry, I mean, not only for this industry, for any industry, the younger guys or new entrants, they have much access to knowledge. With earlier 10 years back or maybe 15 years back, the resources, knowledge we didn't have, or earlier guys, they didn't have this much of resources. So, and even if you're on board, the working environment, if you don't know anything, you just need to Google it. So there are many things available for young seafarers as well as every seafarer now, comparing to the earlier days. So yeah, that's the main thing I would say I would like to add here, because also working environment wise, yeah, companies are providing free internet connections, so we can not only for connecting with families, yeah, while on board you have opportunity to learn and improve yourself. That's the main part. Yeah, that's my take on this.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I think, yeah, sorry. Okay, for this question, previously, in my early years, seafaring was a booming industry and a booming career in the Philippines, even now. However, on my own opinion, my personal opinion, its attractiveness decreased over the years. Salary is not anymore what younger generation usually consider. Sometimes it's more than the salary. They also consider life on board, the challenges, what will they face when they are on board, and the thought that why will you work on board when you can earn almost what you have on board and what is on land. So these things are sometimes they consider most, because the leisure that they can do while they're on ship, they can also do while they're on land, and they are more closer to their families. So to increase the attractiveness, I think there must be something to be done. Not only that increase in salary, not only for the increase in welfare, but also maybe in the mindset of the earlier generation. Engage them more as early as possible. That life on board is not only a work, but it's a sacrifice, not only for the family, but for the world. That seafarers must exist for us to be able to continue living, and for us to be able to continue to be able to provide to other nationalities, to other countries, because that's how our economy, that's how the world moves. So I think the essence that the seafarer provides must be well inculcated in the minds of the younger generation. Thank you.
Captain Athanasios, your opinion?
Yes, I would say that mostly important the past years, the environment is getting more and more safe for younger people to work on. I would say that this is most important than attractive. All new regulations and the valuable assistance from office staff to implement on board ships by training are improved as well. Safe, I would say, can be attractive, and it has been improved during the past years. Of course, as my colleagues said, competitive salaries are, of course, something that for sure will attract people on board. But nowadays, I believe also that the level of lifestyle, apart from the time of work, the limited time that the seafarer has free on board, should have also have some most possible quality on board. This is something that can be done and improved. And at the end, of course, the respect and the fact that young people need to realize the demanding profession they have chosen. I believe these are key elements for things to be done further. Thank you.
Danica?
Yes, well, is it now an active working environment for young people? I would say it's a yes and a no. because with the digitalization well underway, sure, it will be an attractive working environment. The efficiency it brings will for sure attract young people to consider a career at sea. And of course, our campaigns regarding the improvements of our seafarers' welfare and well-being. And no, as there are still lots of challenges in the industry. When it comes to best practices, we are a fragmented industry. For example, welfare programs vary from company to company. In that sense, what's best for some might just be good enough for others. And I think we should encourage more discussions about collaboration and benchmarking between companies, organizations, and governments with seafarers' presence to see which really is fair and can work for all. And of course, to make all talks into actions.
Captain Anastasia?
Yes, in my view, there are new modern vessels, safer, with high technology system that the new generation likes that, good living condition with entertainments and facilities. Several conventions and safety regulation as well as MARPOL or MLC have been established by recognized organizations, provided a completely safe labor environment. Training, quality of training provided by the most companies in their own training centers and in their own facilities. And of course, internet access, shorter contracts with the seafarers in connection with well-paying salaries and successful
What do you think are the barriers to socializing on board? What can be done to improve this? Christian, would you like to say your opinion?
I'm sorry, is this about the barriers of socializing on board?
To socializing on board.
Yeah.
What can be done to improve this?
Okay, I think one of the barriers, basically before, barriers in socializing on board are nationality, religion, sometimes difficulties in the crewmates, even when you are all pure Filipinos or pure Indians or anything, there will always be difficulties. But I think I'd like to highlight is the internet. The access to internet is really has sometimes affected the way people socialize on board. Instead of hanging out with some crew, doing karaoke, or maybe some party, they choose to be on their cabin, just doing internet, surfing the net, anything, just to be alone, which really affects the performance of the crew. Because when you are not with your crew, sometimes when you're working, the communication will not be there. The enjoyment, the accompaniment, maybe getting to know the other person will literally be lessened. So the internet has become a double-edged sword. And as we have mentioned earlier, there must be regulation, or it must be regulated. Because if it's readily available, it will always be used, not always in good things, but sometimes in bad things, which will affect the performance, the safety, and of course, the overall thing on board. So I think that has become a barrier, the internet. Thank you.
Captain Athanasios?
Yes, I would say that the existence of barriers of socializing on board is a reality. And it is something that we don't see only on board, but ashore as well. Mostly affecting and creating these barriers, I believe, on board is the workload on board and the hours of people working. This caused everybody to need some time on their own, to communicate with their family, to think, to relax. This maybe keep some distance between the people on board. Of course, people, by using extensively social media, are often cut off from their close environment. Also the age, origin, the religion, sometimes the sex can be barriers between people, since the interest in life in general varies and discussion for common interests may be difficult. On board, this can be improved by maybe by organizing some activities during, let's say, the limited free time that we all have on board. This can be some basketball tournaments or video games tournaments, or games of knowledge, movie nights. This is the most common, at least, that we see on board between the seafarers. At the end, and most important, is I believe the good relationship between the seafarer on board, since we have all realized that we are here, that we are on board for the same purpose, for the same reason, for working and keeping a safe working environment on board. Thank you.
Danica?
Yes, well, I agree to what my colleagues have said. It's just so ironic that we are pushing for more internet connection on board, but it is also one of the barriers when it comes to socializing. Of course, this usually happens to those who have very limited to no internet connectivity on board, because when they finally have signal reception or internet connectivity, they would focus and consume their time communicating with their loved ones instead of socializing with their colleagues. Or for those who have unlimited access, they would prefer to be in their own worlds, just like what Ray said. Like, for example, what was once a movie night with everyone at the entertainment area is now just a movie viewing in their individual cabins, thus losing the bond between crew. And of course, again, as Ray said, our differences as people. To improve this, if possible, provide unlimited and free, but regulated internet access for the crew, and for the differences, respect for each other.
Captain Anastasios?
Yes. Let's say that initially, from the moment that the seafarer is leaving from the home, he joins the vessels, he lives in a close society with behavioral norms and social values different from those outside the world. The different culture due to different crew nationality, different language, heavy workload, and in some cases, fatigue is also a barrier of socialization on board. Main barrier is also the uncontrolled and the overusage of internet, with results seafarers to be isolated in their cabin, spending most of their resting time on the internet. We can improve this condition by building positive relationships with others. That is important for well-being. Working away from the hometown for a long period can be difficult to remain in close contact with family and friends. So the opportunity to connect with other seafarers can be a major benefit for mental and physical health that improves the safety and resilience on board. Yes, this.
Captain Blanca?
Yeah, first of all, I would say socializing on board is very important, and it is one of the main things seafarers should engage in. So yeah, as my colleague explained, yeah, there are many things as barriers for socializing on board. Yeah, workload is there, and also the internet is there, and there can be many other things. Yeah, workload means it can be the operation side, inspection side, and maybe some additional trainings given to the seafarers. Yeah, so in the same time, with operational things, to improve socializing, I think the top ranks or management ranks or the company should have some campaigns on this. So then if they can organize some activities, then yeah, then it's a must to join this, and maybe just to take 1 hour from the working time, from their working time, not the rest time. So that would add some socializing time for the seafarers on board. So because socializing is important because you get to know each other. That will help in some cases. If you have some incident, getting to know each other will be very helpful. So that's my inputs. Apart from that, other colleagues added. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could change one thing to improve the quality of life on board, what would change and why? Captain Athanasios? Sorry, you're muted.
Excuse me, can you please repeat which question?
Of course. If you could change one thing to improve the quality of life on board, what would you change and why?
First of all, can I add something on the previous question? I would like to agree at most with dear Danica. She mentioned highlighted one spot regarding the bond that may be created during one simple movie night. It's not a simple movie night. The bond that may be created to someone, may have many effects. That means different behavior during the job, because we all have different characters during working time. We all have different characters during the time that we relax. This may be continuously affect even the safety on board, because the bond created may lead to very, very positive results. Only this. I believe it was very important what she said.
Thank you.
Can you please say which question?
If you could change one thing to improve the quality of life on board, what would you change?
I would say one thing to improve life on board. Of course, I don't want to highlight again, the communication part is very important. What we can do to change it is, first of all, I believe this rely on the seafarer, the way we treat each other during working time, during our free time. This is also very important. Life on board is also, in practical terms, we need to maintain the safety. This is by keeping training standards, trainings in high standards continuously, never skip regulations and drills and whatever. This has also not only with living on board, but also with our own safety. By living on board, the improvement may be of supplies, because some companies have some high standards, some other companies may not have so high standards. This must be equal and clear that all seafarers are people and they deserve good quality of supplies, good quality of communication, good quality of life on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Danica?
Well, for me, it's just brief. I think it's not about changing, but improving the culture of seafarers in terms of safety mindset and respectful attitude. I think that's my take on this.
Thank you. Katerina?
I would like to add the changes of attitude. I mean, improving attitudes of seafarers. If we all can respect others' ideas, and maybe the religion, the cultures, and then automatically the people will be friendly and we like to work there. So the culture will be the working culture and will be friendly. So if everyone is trying to help each other, and that the small society they are on board will be friendly, and final outcome will be impactful, safety wise and operation wise, and finally altogether a good safe ship. So that's the main take on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian, your thoughts?
I think my thoughts on this is that we as a seafarer must be clear what we are really after when we sailed on board. We must always look back on our purpose, that each of us work to provide for our family, to provide for ourselves. And your actions on board will not only affect one person, but the life of his or her family. We must work in unity, manage the problem and challenges as a team, that no one is on board to show off that you are greater or that you are smarter than the other person. So I think I'd like to highlight that to improve the quality of life on board, you must always be understanding to what the other person is feeling. He might not be feeling well today because he experienced something at home. You must always put yourselves on his shoes, not always think about yourself that this is a work, we must work, and don't worry about anything else. It's not like that. Always understand where he or she is coming from. This will always improve the quality because I think it makes you understand and put yourselves in the shoes of the other person. So I think that's my take on this.
Thank you very much. And I would like to conclude with the last question, with your key message, advice to young people who are interested in a career at sea. Danica, would you like to share your thoughts?
Yes, well, it is a demanding and challenging industry. Well, it is true that we are developing it and making it fair for everyone in terms of true welfare and well-being, digitalization, decarbonization, skills and competence, all for a safe, efficient, and profitable working environment. One who wants a career at sea must also be prepared to give, if not his or her best, but the required work for the industry, be resilient to changes and challenges along his or her career journey. And lastly, as what we've mentioned earlier, keep a respectful attitude. I think that's it for me.
Thank you very much. Captain Anastasia?
Yes. I say that to somebody that if you choose to follow this profession, you should expect some difficulties, such as isolation, loneliness, maybe also some risk. But from the other hand, you're going to have a secure and prosperous future with financial growth and with many opportunities for a successful job on board or ashore. That's for me.
Captain Blanca?
Seafarers, they should know that this is a challenging profession, and you have to face a lot of challenges, starting from isolation from the family. First 2-3 weeks will be harder, so everyone knows about it. So after that, it gradually goes off. So you have to be patient till that time. Then be safe minded. We have to know that there are people waiting us coming back home, so we have to keep that thing in mind. So safety has to be priority when you do your work, and every time if you don't know anything, if you have any doubt, you have to ask whatever the superior you have given, right? So also building a good culture among the colleagues, so that will be helpful for seafarers joining newly. And also keep your career progressing every time with the new technology. So seek every skill, try to grab the skill at your earliest opportunity. That's my take on this. Thank you.
Christian, what's your key message and advice?
My key advice to the younger generations, most especially to my fellow Filipino seafarers. I know seafaring is a sacrifice, but I know most that you want to improve your life and the life of your family. There is more to seafaring than just sailing on the vast oceans, riding the ships. But if you choose this career, be prepared and ensure that your mind can take whatever challenges that you have on board and never, ever quit. Your colleagues will always be there. You have your senior officers who will always be there to share their knowledge and equip you with the best skill that they can share. And do not think that you're on your own and you work on your own. Ensure that you are well equipped, not only with the knowledge, but also with more than a bucket of patience and understanding. They have more experience than us. They will have more experience than you, but be sure to take all the good things inside and leave the bad ones out. Be hungry for improvement and growth, and never be stagnant at any stage you'll be on board. Do not work in compliance, but work with utmost safety and ensure that you and your family will always be together once you are. So I hope they'll join this career. I know it's not always fulfilling, but it will always be a good thing to be a sacrifice for others. Thank you.
Captain Athanasios?
Yes, since a young person is considering to become a seaman, I would urge him or her, dare and do it. Do not hesitate. Only by trying reality on board will know if he or she is capable for life on board. I will never forget the advice I was given younger, which I mentioned before, and I will always passing to the younger generation. Always respect your colleagues, no matter what the rank, the age, the origin and the skin. I know I'm repeating, but this for me is very important. Always bet with yourself, with myself, that I will succeed and I will keep things safe for me and my colleagues. This is for me also important advice. And for the end, always remember that seafarers are a very important key who contributes at most into global trading. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. As we conclude this panel, I extend my gratitude to all of you who are actively participating in this insightful discussion and sharing your perspectives with us. I appreciate your openness and honesty in offering valuable insights into the challenges and experience faced on board. Special thanks to our viewers. Thank you all very much. Viewers and friends, welcome to the last panel of the 2023 CAREER4SEA Forum that will focus on making shipping industry more attractive, both for people who already work in the industry, but also for those outside who may be willing to join shipping or have not precisely realized how vital sector is for the whole trade. Given that the shipping industry facilitates 90% of the international trade, it is crucial for young people to understand
its critical role. I'm Sandra Psychogiou. I'll be the moderator of this panel, and I'm looking forward to discussing ways to raise industry's profile. But first, let me introduce our panelists in alphabetical order. Let's welcome Adigoni Botsi, who is Regional HR Manager in Greece and Cyprus at Ships Greece. Chris Hall, who is the Managing Director at Hong Kong's American Club. Captain Konstantinos Karvasilis, Regional Director of Loss Prevention at UK P&I Club. Captain V.S. Parani, Vice President of Marine at Tufton Asset Management. Let's start our conversation. Let's keep in mind that the maritime sector is evolving, creating opportunities for the younger generation to actively participate and fostering an environment that champions diversity, equality, and inclusiveness. So feel free to share your experience, and let's start with my first question. I would like to ask you, in your view, has the maritime industry developed an attractive working environment for young people so far? What are the issues, from your perspective, to focus on in order to raise industry's profile to others? I would like to start with Adigoni. Ladies first.
Yes, hello from my side. Kalispera. I'm quite new in the maritime industry, and I've only joined V Group 1.5 years ago. However, I believe it has certainly changed since there is no other option. I mean, we really need to keep up with everything that is that's going on around us. So I believe that if I can speak from our company, we have greatly adjusted to the new era and the new requirements of the younger generations. So what we are trying to offer to them is what they're looking for, like flexibility, to foster an environment of diversity and equity and inclusion as well. This is actually one of our key objectives, and it is also part of our ESG as well. So from our side, the main challenges is to identify people that would like to be part of our organization, even at an intern level, because there are so many companies that are doing exactly the same as we do, and we really need to have a competitive offering for them, just to make sure that these will be the future employees of our company.
Thank you, Adigoni. Chris? I think you're muted.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think it's very important that we compete with all of the other industries. Of course, we're a huge, vitally important industry with a lot of challenges ahead of us and a lot of opportunity. With every challenge, right, it has an opportunity. I think that our industry also has a lot to offer young people. I'll echo a bit of what Antigone said. In that we're trying to offer jobs that are dynamic, challenging, flexible, and I would also say fun. I mean, I probably wouldn't have stuck with it all these years if it literally weren't fun. And for me, a big part of what makes it fun is that it's truly, truly international. I went to law school many years ago and wanted to be an international lawyer. But what does that mean, actually? No, I mean, it's kind of a vague term, but you can be a lawyer within shipping or anything within shipping. By definition, it is international, and therefore it is diverse, it's exciting, it's ever-changing, it's global, and it's fun. I could say more, but I'll leave my other panelists to say a few more things.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for highlighting all these characteristics. It's fun, albeit all challenging. It's an exciting sector to work in. And Captain Kostas, what are your thoughts?
Well, good afternoon from my side as well. Thank you very much for inviting me to talk, and good afternoon to all the esteemed panelists. Well, we have first to separate two different things. We have shore-based jobs, and I think that both Chris and Adigoni focused maybe there, and we have seafaring jobs, seaboard jobs. So yes, I will agree with Chris mainly that we have managed as an industry, especially for us that we work ashore, to have inclusion, diversification, and yes, shipping is fun. It's difficult, it's demanding, is evolving always, is changing. So it is a very nice environment for young people to come and work for the industry. And I think that as far as shore-based jobs are concerned, we are doing very well, we are doing fine. Now, the main issue that I can see, because you may appreciate that I've been both on board for 15 years, and this is the 15th anniversary for me working ashore. So I have equal, let's say, experience on both shore-based and onboard jobs. So I can say that, and it's not me that is saying this, is that statistics say we have a lack of 50,000 plus seafarers, and this is increasing. So we need to make our industry, the seaborne part of our industry, more competitive and more attractive for youngsters to come on board, and not only for youngsters, for qualified individuals and having certain skills that my generation didn't need to have. So it is a very critical and very complex, let's say, situation that we are now in.
Thank you, Captain Kostas. And Captain Parani.
Kalispera σας, and good to be part of this panel. So to jump right into the question, yes, we are doing a good job as a shipping industry. For I think few decades already, we have spread our wings, so to say, and we have tried to attract the best talent from across the globe. And I think shipping has been an provider of good opportunities for people, and it has helped many careers. It's definitely attracting a lot of people, but yes, there is a lot of work to be done. So if we see that in some countries, out of a population of 10 million, the number of people who join shipping as cadets is probably less than 50 or 100. So that is a trend that is of concern. But then what do we do for the future? So that is the topic of our discussion. So there we look at various strategies, how to attract the talent and different kinds of talent.
Thank you, Captain Barani. So at this point, because you mentioned about the alarming, let's say, crew shortage that concerns our industry, in particular, BIMCO and the International Chamber of Shipping have warned that the industry in a previous report must significantly increase training and recruitment levels in order to avoid a serious crew shortage. So how concerning is this issue, and where should we focus in order to address, where ship operators need to set their attention? Chris, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm Captain Kostas correctly identified me as a land-loving shore-based person. So I'm not an expert on recruiting seafarers. But I have talked a lot about seafarer wellness in the past. And I think that that is one of the difficult but lower hanging fruit available for our industry in trying to improve seafarer wellness. Which goes from both the physical side, of course, but increasingly more on the mental side as well. And I think a lot of companies across the industry, from P&I clubs to ship owners to ship managers to crew managers, are putting a lot of effort into making a life at sea more comfortable, right? What do they want? They want the same things that all of us want. They want a purpose. They want to be respected. They want an interesting career. They also want connection, right? This day and age, people want to be connected with their friends. That's a double-edged sword. I understand, to have people who on ships to be connected too much, but if you remove it completely, it'll be a problem as well. So there's a whole host of things that need to be addressed, but I agree, generally, there's reason to be optimistic in that there's a lot of tools at our disposal to make this an attractive career. And finally, I would say everybody still wants to see the world, and that is still possible as a seafarer, and it's even possible as a land-based person in shipping.
Thank you for your positive message. And Captain Kostas, what would you like to add?
Well, in addition to what Chris mentioned, and I totally agree with him, people seek stability, especially nowadays. We have just come out from the era of COVID-19, and before that, and especially we had a long-run economic crisis, and now we have other crises ahead of us, and we are still living now 2 war crises very close to us. I mean, in Europe, close to Europe in general. So people seek stability, and we need, to provide our seafarers with stability. We need to provide them with, where they're going to be in 5, 6, 7, 10 years from now, and what we as industry can offer to them. And it's not only the monetary thing or the connection thing. Is stability is maybe something radical that I saw in my seafarer career, that we had annual contracts or 2 years, 3 years contracts. So everybody knows that he's there. So let's say you do 4 months on board ship, and then you know again that you're going somewhere in the same company or something like that. So we need to focus on stability. We need to focus on the good things of shipping. Maybe we need to shorten a bit the contracts. It is not like in my era I used to travel for 12, 15, 16 months contracts, 17 months contracts. Now, of course, things have changed, but still, I will disagree a bit with Chris, because nowadays the vessels stay at ports is very limited. So for when I used to go to Brazil, let's say to load grain, the vessel used to stay for 10 days, 12 days, 13 days. Now the vessel leaves within the next 48 to 72 hours. So is a bit imbalanced, and we need to train them a lot and make sure that they follow the new regulations coming. But my main point is stability.
Thank you, Captain Kostas. Captain Parani, what would you like to add?
So on top of what Captain Konstantinos mentioned about stability, and I very much agree with that. So also to look at stability from adding another word, stability and a career. So it's not just employment, but seafaring and the maritime industry as a career. So that is what the new generation wants to see, that they have career. And so the one side of career is stability, and the other side of career is engagement. So when people join the industry, they want to see that they have a career path ahead of them. So they know, okay, so they're going to get certain skills. So they will do these certain roles after so and so time. And then there is an engagement. So rather than just look at it like a contract basis and, okay, these are the training you need to go on the ship, rather you have you take the person on the journey with you, who can provide you with the skills and the knowledge and the feedback throughout the shipping companies or the organization's journey. So shipping as a career with stability and engagement, that would be, let's say, a long-term vision.
Thank you, Captain Parani. Antigone, what are your thoughts?
I'm under the same category with Chris. I'm not on the crew side, rather on the shore side. However, we have specific connections with our seafarers, and as Captain Kostas and Captain Parani just mentioned, that the stability and the engagement is very important, and I would also add the psychological safety. Because for us, it's very important to have our people on board safe, which is our main priority as a ship management company. However, safety, psychological safety also has to do with additional activities that we're doing. For instance, in Manila, in our main office, that we are having the majority of our crew coming from the Philippines. We do have family days. We get to know their families. We welcome them. We do have an active and communication with them, just to make sure that we are making our seafarers sure that, okay, we are engaging them on board, but we also take care of the families on the shore side.
Thank you, Tigoni. Such great initiatives. And I see Chris would like to add something. Has raised his virtual hand.
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. Excellent points made by everybody there. I just wanted to jump on the fact that stability and career engagement or career advancement are important pretty much for everybody, and certainly also for the shore side, insurance and the whole service sector that kind of encompasses. I see seafarers as the pointy end of this industry, but behind the pointy end of the spear, we have literally hundreds of different jobs, and of course these are also important things. And I'd also just jump on Captain Konstantinos' own career, which was 15 years at sea and then 15 years ashore, right? So this is another thing that can sell seafaring to the prospective seafarers, is that, look, it's not just at sea. You go out, you learn some things, you get some practical skills, and then you can transfer it. There's so many people in my industry and others in shipping that are doing land-based things, but based after a seafaring career. So I think it's a useful thing to raise as well.
Thank you, Chris, for your comments. I keep as keywords stability and engagement that you all agree that are important. And also you mentioned wellness, mental health, focus on psychological safety. I would like to discuss about these issues after. I will take the initiative because, Chris, you mentioned about the transferring skills transfer. So I think that mentoring could help towards. I don't know. I would like to hear your thoughts. I think that industry where shipping is an industry where safety is paramount, and mentoring can play a crucial role. And I would like to hear your thoughts about and why is mentoring could be considered vital in the maritime sector, and why we should stop talking about how can we structure a mentoring program, for example. I would like to start with Chris this time. I see you have your virtual hand. You would like to add something? Anything? Okay.
Yeah.
So, what would you like to tell us about mentoring?
Well, mentoring, I think, can be a gift to both the mentor and the mentee, right? I mean, it's a very, very important thing, and anyone who has that relationship will understand how lucky both sides can be, right? I think I see mentoring as something like a holistic and wide-ranging personal assistance or coaching, right? So it's not limited to only one thing. It can cover a whole range of things, from practical technical skills to soft skills, how to communicate up the chain or down the chain. These are things that are not really taught in school usually, right? They're kind of learned on the job, and they might involve the politics of the particular organization or the people involved. So there's a lot of nuance in getting good at our jobs, and I think that that's where mentoring can play a role. It's also, how to develop your career, as Captain Pirani mentioned. Networking opportunities, here, meet this person, you'll learn a lot of things. Personal growth, how to calm down after a stressful day or a meeting that went bad, kind of real world practical learning. There's a whole host of things, again, that come out of a good mentoring relationship. And I think from the mentor side, the person, meant to be the expert, I just want to highlight the importance of humility on the mentor's side, right? Because if we're humble throughout our lives, no matter how old and experienced we get, we're always going to be learning, right? This is this feedback loop that figures very prominently into psychological safety, which I think we'll come on to in a bit. But, to have this exchange of information, up and down across ages is really important.
Thank you, Chris. Antigone?
Yes, I really agree with Chris on what he just said about the paramount importance of mentoring. And I would like to also add something that I recently read about reverse mentoring, which is the reverse, meaning like the younger employees are the mentors and the mentees are from the management team or more senior leaders, which brings an insight on the challenges that are the employees are facing, which could also work positively in the culture and the engagement of people, because we take for granted that the challenges are specific, and by this method we might be surprised on what kind of challenges do these people have, what kind of issues there are identified in order for them to be resolved.
Thank you. Thank you, Antigone. Captain Kostas?
Well, I totally agree with Chris and Antigone, and this is, the essence of being a mentor or a mentee, and the communication, interaction, and what one can get from each other. But we have, and I will talk a bit about the Greek shipping industry, because this is what I've seen in my career, but I've seen also the American industry, because I used to work for an American company. So the problem I would say lies to the older generation, i.e. us, now that we are in our late 40s, let's say, and that we are the ones, let's say, that pull the strings. We are the managers, we are the directors. I mean, from age perspective, not only skills, etc. So, we when we were youngsters, we didn't have this thing. And, as I told you before, the world is evolving. So we were trained, let's say, in a different way. And it's difficult for us. And as you know, my friends in England say, you cannot teach an old fox new tricks. So it is mainly for us and the captains, chief engineers, chief officers who are on board to change first and to approach the newcomers to the industry in a way that we were not approached back in our days. So we need to change first. We need to get trained first how to listen to people and how for us to be able to transfer our knowledge, our experience, our everything to the new generation. And we have to be sympathetic, and we have to be open, and this has to start from us.
Thank you, Captain Kostas. Captain Parani, what would you like to add?
So I'd like to share a short story, whatever I can, in the next few seconds. So a couple of years ago, a friend of my brother, he introduced me to an 18-year-old girl who wanted to join a career at sea. So she and her father, they spoke to me over the phone, and naturally the father was concerned whether ship is a safe place to send his daughter, and what kind of career she would have, and so on and so forth. So then, I reassured him. I said, of course, I asked him which company and everything, and I knew the company's background, and I knew that they had the capacity to accommodate female cadets. So I said, don't worry. If tomorrow my daughter wants to go on the ship, I will send her. So he was happy to hear that. So he sent his daughter on the ship. So that was a mentoring in a kind of way. Then after a few months, after she signed off from the first ship, she spoke to me again. I asked her, how is it? So she was saying, everybody's polite to me, but then, since I'm a female cadet, some people don't want to get too close or to do mentoring because, then they're confused about where the boundaries are. So she was confused. So she was happy with the work and everything, but she was not so happy with the relationships on board. Then after another 6 months, I spoke to her. This time she was much more happy. She said, I found a chief officer who took a personal interest in me, and he was teaching me stuff. And so at the end of the second contract, she was much more confident. She was much more looking forward to a career at sea. So this is what mentoring can do. And I think that story can can convey more than, if anything else.
Thank you, Captain Parani. Indeed, the relationship we built is all that matters, after all. Let's move on with another question and focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So what barriers have you identified towards a more diverse, inclusive, and equal environment, both on board and ashore, and how can we turn these barriers into opportunities? I would like to start with Chris.
Sure. Thanks, Sandra. I would just say, I think that we all have biases, right? I'm not sure I can identify one in particular. I'm sure we could all identify many. I mean, this, at least on the seafaring side, it certainly is a male-dominated industry. Something like 2% or less are women. On shore, it's much better, and in some sectors, it could even be equal. But back to the bias point, we all have subconscious biases, right? And I think that the idea that it's subconscious is that we don't even really know what it is, right? We're not even sure what it is. There is a bias, proven in academic circles, that we tend to favor, or at least feel more comfortable with, people that are like us, whatever that means, background, appearance, etc., education. But that doesn't mean that that's good. It's actually better to have the diversity. So one thing that I've come across that I think is useful when it comes to bias is that if we slow down our decision-making process, we tend to make less biased, better decisions, right? So when we kind of just go from the gut, which is maybe how we've been evolved to be when, in 10,000 years ago, when a saber-toothed lion was attacking us or something, tiger, now we don't need that pressure. We don't have that pressure. We can slow down a little bit and try to analyze a little bit more carefully whether there are any biases at stake. And of course, another way to reduce bias is to have a diverse group of people making that decision or looking to hire that person, right? The more diverse the group of people doing any one thing, the better.
Thank you, Chris. Captain Parani.
So diversity, I'd like to look at diversity from a pragmatic point of view as a strategy to increase our pool of talent, to find as a tool to find the best talent that we can get, irrespective of how they look like, how they think, or how they speak. So, and also I want to connect this with the first question that you asked about, how I see how are we doing with respect to hiring new talent. So, in a way, I do see that, I do see slowly, and these things happen slowly. I do see a lack of experience even on the shore side. Okay, you have on the seaside as well, but you also see on the shore side, you don't really get too, it's quite surprising because you don't get too many masters, chief engineers, experienced ones who are then coming on shore. So there is a slow creep of lack of experience. And then, we shouldn't reach the point where we don't have enough resources to run safe ships and to deliver great client experience. So to counter that, if we have an intentional diversity strategy, it helps. So we have to start with the intention first, and then we can go further into strategy.
Thank you, Captain Parani. Antigone?
Yes. I really like what Captain Parani just said about the intention. Of course, the intention is there. either as a trend because we need to follow it, or as a decision, a strategic decision from the company. I believe we need to have education in order to raise awareness on the diversity, on the benefits of diversity and inclusion within the industry. As Chris said, it's predominantly men holding the senior roles. However, I believe that through mentoring also, the senior leaders can understand change and embrace change in terms of, possibly having female candidates into the pool of the candidates, for instance, for a hiring process, or even assigning women to key roles, just to see that it can possibly work. I believe that it could work as long as we give it a try, let's say.
Thank you, Tigoni. And Captain Kostas.
Well, first of all, I would like to say that our industry has been diversified for many, many years. And I'm talking about, different nationalities being on board vessels. And again, I'm going to talk about the Greek shipping industry since the 50s and the 40s. There were not only Greek crews on board ships, there were crews from other nationalities. Having said that, though, I don't think that we have reached, the point we want to be. And, diversification is a very good thing in all. And I agree with Chris and Captain Parani on what they said. Nevertheless, once again, we have to take into account the different cultures coming on board and how do different cultures, behave on different situations, and how, let's say, a patriarch culture behaves when it comes to women. And this is, and again, it's come from the young generation that actually tends to change these things and move forward. So, and I'm not talking about now equality about between men and women, but in general. So we need first to, again, train ourselves and make sure that the people who go on board are ready to deal with different, in brackets, many brackets, people from them. We are not different. We are all equal, no matter our language, our religion, color, gender, whatever. But we need to make sure that people who go on board know what they are going to see and how they have to behave. So this process is gradual, and I think that the younger the people who come in the industry are, the better this situations will become.
Thank you, Captain Kostas. Now, since top management and leaders play a crucial role in making our industry attractive and set the example, in your view, how can leadership actively contribute to create a better working environment, and what leadership practices have proven effective? Captain Parani?
Yes. So, like I mentioned, the important thing is the intent and the vision, and these are usually led by the leadership team, and who set the culture. So it's basically you create a culture where you are able to encourage diversity of thought, diversity of people, diversity of opinion, and naturally that also means that people are free to express their opinion without regard for any retribution. So the important thing in setting up any culture is the leadership, because it doesn't matter what we write in the book or the manual. It ultimately comes down to the choices and the decisions that the leader makes. So when there is something good is being done, the leader encourages it, And of course, for diversity and inclusion, the leaders or the management team just needs to also go outside the comfort zone and provide support to the, let's say, women seafarers, for example. They need support, especially in their early stages, so that, you know, they find their sea legs, they find their confidence, they think it's a good career. So they need support at an early stage. And there are other things like, women's boiler suits or overalls, toilets on ships. So these are things that leaders can actually affect change. And then also on the other side, of course, you know, sometimes when you have the person is a minority, like a let's say a woman on board a ship, and then you have all the men on one side, they have their own cliques. So, you know, then it reflects in the way the people are assessed for their performance, or they are promoted in a different way. So there are things then the leader needs to play a role in correcting any biases, like Chris mentioned earlier. And sometimes we don't even know that we have biases. So that's where leadership makes a difference.
Thank you, Captain Parani, for these practical tips. Chris, how leaders can set the example? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would echo Captain Parani's point, which is that the leadership is extremely important. I might go so far as to say it's all important, right? If you want DEI or you want psychological safety in an organization, you can't expect that the lowest level person is going to bring that to the company, right? They could try, but it won't be adopted. You need it from the top down. And this is one of those things. I used to talk about cybersecurity, and I came across the idea that this is a C-suite issue. This is for the bosses. It's not for the IT department. The bosses need to set that policy. Same with DEI, diversity, inclusion, equity. You know, they need to set the tone, set the policies, enforce the policies, be the role model, you know, live, walk the talk, and it's crucial. Psychological safety as well. This was Amy Edmondson's work in 1999, but Google kind of brought it to the wider world with their Project Aristotle. And they went into 182 different teams in Google. And they were trying to figure out what makes a good team and a less good team, a effective, successful team and a less good one. And they found that the number one variable of 5 main things was psychological safety. And then the number one variable in whether you had psychological safety in the team was the leader. And I think this just makes perfect intuitive sense. So in order to have all of these good things that we're talking about, we need really good leaders who have the intention and then execute day in, day out.
Thank you, Chris. Antigone?
Yes, I fully agree. Committed leadership and the decision making they are making, it's of great importance. The value of decision making, it's, at least if I can speak from my own experience, it's of paramount importance for the reason that it really has an impact, either positive or negative impact. I believe also sharing practices from within the same industry, it's also a good practice. And if I can speak for our company, we have recently introduced the Cultural Engagement Director role, which will take over this diversity, inclusion, and equity accountability, which is a very huge project for us. However, we believe that it is a market trend, and also something to be of great value within our company, both for seafarers and also for shoreside employees. And on top of that, there is also one Speak Up, which can also promote diversity. Speak Up line, I mean, the compliance helpline, that could also promote diversity and inclusion and really create the culture around the framework that we would like to put around our workplace environment.
Thank you, Antigone. Captain Kostas, how leaders can set the example?
Well, as Chris and Captain Parani said, and Antigone attested as an operator and a major operator, actually. So everything comes from the top. So I see that I believe that the top management has to set the targets, has to set what they want, what they feel to be best practices, and then pure it downwards. And, you know, of course, they can lead by example, and, you know, we have to see also, you know, how the roles are within the company. So, you know, if you want to have a DEI friendly, let's say, vessel, you have, you know, the captains and the people on board, they should see what's going on ashore. So let's say that if the top management are only males or only females, you know, or they are only Greeks or only Indians or only Americans, and they try to persuade you about diversification and inclusion, etc., etc., etc. There are two different things, you know. So I insist on the change to be made first to us who run, let's say, the business from ashore, in order to inspire people on board and in order to set as good leaders the example to them on how we lead and how we include and how our organizations are diversified and inclusive of all. And then we can ask people on board to be ready to work with different nationalities, different cultures, different genders, and make the vessel operate well.
Thank you, Captain Kostas. You mentioned psychological safety and how vital it is. So how can we actually embed psychological safety into industry's culture and in order everyone to feel safe to express themselves openly? So, Antigone?
Yes, I think we briefly touched upon this, the psychological safety and how we can promote it internally, about the decision making of the leadership, about the environment, the workplace. How do we actually walk the talk, as Captain Costa said, that okay, we may talk about diversity and inclusion, but on the other hand, our management team might be comprised only by women, for instance, or by certain nationality. So we really need to be fair in terms of, you know, walking the talk, the ones that we would really like to have as a priority in terms of values and priorities for strategic decisions. And on top of that, I would say that psychological safety, both shoreside and on board the vessels, have also have to do on how we ourselves create the environment around our employees, like what kind of benefits do we have, well-being benefits, how engaged they are via surveys, if we have some 360 feedbacks in order to get the pulse of the people and actively act upon their concerns and the challenges they're facing.
Thank you, Antigone. Captain Kostas, what is the extra mile needed to embrace psychological safety actually in our culture?
Oh, well, difficult question. I think we've all touched upon that a bit in previous questions, as Antigone mentioned. And, you know, we have to take a holistic approach to our seafarers, and we have to understand what they do on board and what they are asked to do, and then how difficult is to live on board an iron box, let's say, in the middle of the ocean, and what challenges they face on a daily basis, and things I can assure you are better than used to be back in the 90s and the 80s. But, you know, things are better, but people have changed. So there are other things, other needs now. And it's not only connectivity, is a peace of mind in general, to my humble opinion, so that we need to provide them. Now, how we can do that, this is something that we need companies actually need to discuss and find out themselves what actually fits for their organization, for their seafarers' needs, what they need to change on board their vessels, if they need to change anything. And the feedback coming from the seafarers has to be open, and we have to be open to that feedback, and we have to cultivate this culture. Let's say, tell us what you want us to change for you to feel better. If we do not do that, we can talk for hours, but the result will be the same.
Thank you, Captain Kostas. That's very important. Actually, I would like your feedback. How, if we have already embraced the concept of psychological safety. So, Chris, what would you like to add?
Yeah, this is one of my favorite subjects, actually, psychological safety. I could probably go on for 10 or 15 minutes with just this question. I don't think that the wider industry or industry generally has adopted psychological safety as a guiding principle. I think a lot of it is common sense. I think certain teams have psychological safety and certain companies have it, but I think it's still a relatively new concept. It's only been kind of in the popular vernacular for about 10 years or less. So I think there's a lot to still mine, in a structured way with psychological safety. I think it's useful just for the purposes of this panel to even just give a definition of it. Amy Edmondson defines it as a team that is safe for interpersonal risk-taking, or the ability to bring your full self to work. Some of this came to light with the Korean era tragedies, where you had the high hierarchy between the captain and the second and third officers. And the second and third officers just were too afraid to tell their captain that they were going to crash into a mountain. And so they didn't, right? This is obviously the downside of psychological dangerous environment, right? So when you have a psychologically safe environment, you have this exchange again of information up and down the chain, which can only be good, whether it's business or whether it's in a safety critical industry like seafaring or on a plane. What to do about it, which was your first question, there's a lot to do. I think that one of the basic tenets of it, though, is for the leader, again, to set the stage and set the tone, and then for the leader to ask questions, right? That kind of flips the script. So instead of waiting for the people below to say, hey, I've got this great idea, or I don't like this, the leader can go around and say, what don't you like? Are you happy here? What would you like to see being done differently? What do you think our company could do differently to sell this product better, et cetera, et cetera? I think asking questions, having a dialogue, is really, really crucial for psychological safety, because then that signals to the people, oh, they want my opinion. I'm welcome to share here. That's first of many steps, but that's one thing we could do.
Thank you, Chris. Captain Parani, your feedback.
Yeah, I'd like to pick up where Chris left about dialogues and conversation. So for this, we just have to remember Socrates and his Socratic method of dialogues. So how Socrates, many thousands of years ago, he said, you make a statement, and then you ask a question, you assume, and you pick up that thread, and you have a meaningful dialogue. I think we don't have to do a PhD in philosophy, but we can use this method of open communication and let's say a very thoughtful conversation. So when a crew member says something, we accept that feedback and we engage further. So that open communication creates trust, and trust creates psychological safety. So I'm just breaking this into simple steps. And then, of course, sometimes you do need to say what needs to be said, and you should not assume that people think it is implied. For example, the master, chief engineer, or the office manager, he should say, look, if you have anything, come to me, don't worry, it's okay. You do need to tell this to people and say it openly. And also you can say, okay, if you think that is right, use your judgment and do it. I have your back. but of course, check with me. If there's no time, do your best. So this is the kind of confidence the leaders need to give to the people. But of course, it starts with conversations, trust building, and then saying what needs to be said.
Thank you. Chris, I see you.
Yeah, that just made me think of another important thing about psychological safety, which is that the leaders themselves need to have some certain level of security and confidence, right? If you have an insecure leader, the last thing they want to do is go down and ask everybody below them, like, well, what should we do? What do you guys think about this, right? So it's actually, you need a confident leader who will engender that feeling of psychological safety and allow it to blossom. So it's not an easy thing because you need all of these pieces in place. But if you get it, you will have extremely successful teams and happy teams.
Thank you, Chris. Is there anyone who would like to make a statement or add any other comment around psychological safety before moving on to the next subject? We're good? Okay. So let's move on with ways to foster resilience. During the pandemic, we have proven that we are a resilient industry. So what are the key areas that we need to address in the post-pandemic era in order to foster resilience? Captain Kostas.
Well, first of all, we are, as you mentioned, a resilient industry, and no matter what happens, we are there. And change this pandemic, we are we can stand things, let's say, both our seafarers and ourselves, and that was proven. And we didn't need the pandemic to prove it. It was just a reminder that we are here and we are doing this. So what we have to do is we have to continue as we are doing and do it better what we are doing. We are doing well. I mean, there are many things ahead of us to be done for psychological safety, for stability, for safety in general, for the culture, to cultivate the culture. But we're doing well. I mean, our industry has proven since the beginning of time that can adopt and can adapt and can catch up with all the changes and all the difficulties that may come across. And we can face them and we can deal with them in a good way, I mean, in a proper way, in a right way. We do have the resources, we do have the skills, and if we don't have the skills or the resources, we will do our best to overcome the issue. And this is how our industry managed to be here, I mean, our industry carries almost 90% of all commodities around the world, and there is a reason for that. Yes, because it is cheap. Yes, because it is easier. Yes, I totally agree with that, but still, if we were not resilient and if we were not resourceful, we wouldn't have done those things. We wouldn't have achieved those things, and something else may have come up. So we need to continue doing our best. We need to find better ways, newer, fresher ways, and to move forward as the world is evolving.
Thank you, Captain Kostas. Chris?
Yeah, I think we've been touching on a lot of things that lead to resiliency, like psychological safety, but digging in a little bit deeper, if we have a kind of a positive mindset or positive workplace culture, right, at the higher level, also growth mindset, right? I mean, bad things happen to us as individuals and to us as companies, right? And we can choose to look at it as the end of the world, the sky is falling, or we can see it as a growth opportunity. Again, I mentioned that at the outset, right? We can reframe it. A lot of resiliency is just about reframing what's ahead, what's in front of us, to something more positive, something doable. How do we get out of this, right? There we have the feedback, the dialogue with our teams. You know, how do we get out of this? Let's come up with a plan. Let's set some goals and let's go for it, right? with a positive mental attitude. I mean, throw in some mindfulness and some physical well-being exercises as well. I mean, these are all things that will help with resiliency on both the individual level, but also on the entity organizational level, which I think is kind of what we're talking about.
Thank you, Chris. Antigone?
Yes, as Captain Costas said, that building on skills and expertise and experiences, I believe it's one of the fundamental principles of resilience. I would also add leadership, again, plays a very big role in terms of how would you like your organization to be resilient, in which direction, and the direction is set by leadership, for sure. And also flexibility, in terms of being flexible on how to manage the challenges that are coming, and also a flexibility in the workplace. Because what we have experienced during the pandemic, some practices like remote working, etc., are here to stay. They haven't left, and I think it's one of the most common questions that we receive from candidates, if they can work remotely or if it's flexibility in the workplace. Apologies, Captain Costas, this is only for the shoreside personnel. However, I believe that there is no more resilient industry than shipping, if I can tell from my experience. And I believe that being resilient, it becomes an industry of choice for people to working and grow within the industry, the maritime industry.
Thank you, Antigone. We keep the positive message. And Captain Parani, how can we foster resilience?
Yes. Yeah. So, of course, resilience means how we face difficult situations and continue our work despite all the challenges. And like Captain Konstantinos mentioned earlier, the COVID, and then now you have all these geopolitical conflicts. So giving some examples from COVID. So what did we see? We saw seafarers not being able to sign on and sign off. So many of them had to continue their contracts. So all the trust that had been built between the company and the seafarer over years, that finally gave fruit, because then you could ask seafarers with confidence and say, look, we cannot sign you off. Can you please stay for longer, 5 months longer? So they agreed and they stayed much longer. So that helped the ships to continue moving world trade. Then you had ships going into dry dock without superintendents. Superintendents could not travel. So then the masters and chief engineers, they said, no problem, we will take care of the dry dock. So all your investment in training and trust that you had put in, it paid dividends during that time. And then, of course, then you had certain nationalities which could not travel because of COVID or because of war. The companies who had a greater, or let's say more diverse pool of talent, let's say from across the globe, they could move their crew much more easy. So diversity here, you could see the real-time benefits of having different or diverse pool of seafarers. So you could, there's a visa issue, you could easily fly in a seafarer from a closer destination or closer source. So these are, capacity building, at the same time building trust. It helps build resilience.
Thank you, Captain Parani. Now, if you could change one thing that would have immediate profound impact on making a career in shipping more attractive, both for young men and women, what this one thing would be and why? Antigone?
I would choose to change the silos, because irrespective of the growth of the business and the development that has taken place in all the industries, including maritime, at some point, and in some cases, we are working in silos. So I believe this would make a dramatic difference in making different decisions and allowing the industry to move even further and have a better growth. In terms of diversity and inclusion and equity. So I would say that for me, the most important thing on the top of my head now that you posed the question, it's removing the silos and work towards, a more inclusive maritime industry.
Thank you, Divoni. Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Sandra. I'm going to double down on the whole psychological safety thing. If I could snap my finger and have every shipping company and industry, the whole industry-wide, be psychologically safe, I think a lot of good things would flow from that, as I indicated earlier. So we would attract the best talent. We would have a very diverse pool of people. It would be necessarily inclusive because that's part of psychological safety. That would lead to dynamic, innovative change within the industry, which would take care of a number of the challenges that we face in the coming years. And it would just be a dynamic, fascinating, interesting industry. I think we've already got a lot of that. But no industry is perfect, and so we always need things to strive for. And as I said earlier, I think that psychological safety is a relatively new concept, so it's still ripe for the picking. It's not the lowest hanging fruit, but it's not the highest either, right? And a lot of good follows from it. So I would change that like that, and then see what happens. I think it'd be amazing.
Thank you, Chris. Captain Kostas.
Well, I would say education. We need to reinvent maritime education and the academies globally. I'm not talking about Greece only. So, on the one hand, you have the hard skills and how to navigate and how to be able to maintain an engine. And these hard skills are there. They can be taught. But also we need to add also other skills, that, like soft skills, like leadership, like psychology, like other subjects to be taught within the maritime academies. So for people to be ready to be inclusive, to understand equity, to understand, how nowadays the industry moves on. So, and this has to be drastic and has to be sooner rather than later. And I insist on the second part of the skills, because as I told you before, hard skills can be taught, how you use the ECDIS, you go to a module, you see, you press certain buttons and you study and you have it. But this doesn't make you a good seafarer only, how to use the ECDIS correctly. That makes you, this is something that everybody accepts from you to know, to navigate from A to B safely. This is something that, with today's means and technology, it is, 9.5, 9.9 times out of 10 is done. So what we need to do is to focus on a different kind of education. Hard skills, yes, but a series of soft skills. And I think this will include everything that Antigone, Captain Parani said, and Chris.
Thank you, Captain Kostas. All of you raised such important and critical aspects. I wish we had more time to discuss about it. Captain Parani, what the one thing that you would change in order to make industry more attractive?
Can I say two things?
Okay, two.
Okay. So one, of course, I would say all shipping companies need to try and recruit more people. So it should not be that only some companies have cadet schemes, and then some companies just, once they are third engineer or second engineer, they kind of poach them and put it in their crew complement. So that doesn't really help. So if every company invests in cadets and trainees, so you secure the pipeline for human resources for ships that are to come. There will be more ships in the future. We will need more people, though there is so much talk about autonomous ships. We will still need a lot of people, but we need to create training for them right from the start. And the second one is, one we talked about new talent, but we have to also keep the existing talent. So for that, we have to reduce the administrative burden. So, in today's digital technology, we still have so much paperwork, and the people who come to see, like myself, are people who don't like paperwork. So we have to see that we give them time to focus on the main things like navigation or machinery, and reduce the amount of paperwork that they have to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Parani. Now, my last question, before we conclude our discussion, I would like your brief message, your key message, but please keep it briefly, to young people who are interested in shipping. So, Antigone.
I would say that the industry is very, very resilient. It is a massively interesting industry, especially in Greece. If you allow me, Chris and Captain Parani. So I would say that it is an interesting industry with a lot of growing opportunities, either on the seafarer side or on the shore side, which can, of course, can work on both sides during the career that somebody would like to have within the maritime industry, as Captain Kostas mentioned earlier in our discussion. And I would say that they would really enjoy the ride within the shipping industry.
Thank you, Antigone. Chris, your key message?
Yeah, I would say to all the bright young people out there, as you can see from this panel, it's an industry full of fun, nice people. We're very international. There's a lot of diverse opportunities. I'm wearing my UN Sustainable Development Goals pin, which is 17 different goals. You could find any of these goals within the shipping industry. So it's very, very broad what you can tackle if you're interested. Dynamic, challenging, something for everyone, and we need the best. So come and join us.
Thank you, Chris. Captain Kostas?
Well, I welcome everybody, and I say to everybody, give maritime business a try. It's a dynamic industry. It is very demanding. It is very tiring. But it is a rewarding industry, and to the good ones, not to everybody. So be ready to be faced with difficulties. But, every day is a different day. So it is a very interesting, a very intriguing industry, and that can give you a very nice career, even shoreside or on board the ship. And yes, it's something that will broaden your mind. As I mentioned before, because of the nature of the job, we are more open-minded than other, jobs, shore-based jobs, and only shore-based jobs. So yes, but be ready to be tired. That's the key part.
Thank you, Captain Kostas. Captain Parani?
Yes, so this year, I finished 31 years in the shipping industry. And if I had to do it all over again, I would do it. And now my daughter, she will go to university in less than 2 years. And I have told her, like, if you want to join shipping, join shipping. It's a great place to be. And even if she wants to join the ship, I would encourage her. And that's the same advice what I give to my daughter. I will share with any younger folk listening to this is the same advice. It's a great place to be. You can do an honest day's job. You can get an honest day's salary. The money is good. And you meet very interesting people. So if you fancy it, go for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Parani. Thank you all. Now it is time to wrap up our panel. Thank you for raising such important topics. Thank you for sharing your experience and industry and your positive messages. Industry is indeed a nice place to work, and let's hope that young people think alike And thank you for sharing your stories and experience.
Thank you very much for hosting us.
Following 4 enlightening panel discussions, it is time to conclude our event. Let's keep all the positive messages from our esteemed guests and remember that we navigate through challenging but so exciting times in the shipping industry. Many thanks to everyone who joined us, our sponsors and supporters, and our great Safety4Sea team for their hard work. We are looking forward to seeing you in person in a future event. Take a moment to visit our website and mark your calendars as we embark on a global journey to new maritime clusters enriched with a busy agenda.